The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Win for yourself? Are you going to be a better you? Are you going to serve white well-being? This can be done everywhere. If I did this here, then it can be done everywhere. And that's what we're doing. Every school, intermediate, elementary, high school, every community center, every lodge, every government. It can be done everywhere. I was always doubting. So the point that I try to drive home is in fiction, there's a turning point for the hero. It's like now they've turned the corner and it's a completely different game, a completely different story. In the real world, it doesn't work that way. You have to keep choosing to be brave. There's going to be something else horrible that comes. You got to choose to be brave again. Bravery is a choice. And I had to keep choosing because every time I wanted to give in for things like getting attention from girls, praise for my athleticism, etc., to get out from underneath of the endless anti-white persecution and pressure from my peers, the threat of violence, from the adults, the threat of punishment, suspension, and expulsion. Every time there was a chunk of me that was like, just quit this shit. Get away from that, get to those good things. There was just something fundamental in me that was said, no, you're not giving up your identity. You're not going to become an enemy of your people. And so I stuck with it. That victory was the outcome. It's a very inspirational story. We can do it all in our lives. It is indeed the story of our lives. This is, when you read this, you'll realize everyone has gone through this. Everyone. At work, at school, you'll remember experiences you've forgotten. And you'll know, as you get through this, as you get inspired, that you too can do it. And we here want to see you do it. We need an army of Knights of the White Table. And that's why we continue to have to push hard in service to white well-being. You got to make it happen. This week, you're going to be a king. This week, you're going to be a queen. This week, you're going to live every moment of your life as though you are in a movie, the movie for the recapture of our destiny. You are a member of Church White Wellbeing. You are going to act in all ways and at all times as if a video camera is following you around, and reveal to that camera that you are the champion that you yearn to be in your hearts, that you are capable of being in your hearts. The heroes of all of our epochs past continue to march inside of us. They continue to think inside of us. They continue to sing inside of us. Tap into Prometheus, tap into our biospirit, and you'll be able to manifest them all. I love you all. Let's go free.
Take trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. dark, the way is lost, my eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It is indeed Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, and that means Church of the West. God bless every single one of you for being here today in service to white well-being for all the good people who live in Western civilization. Feature stories today. Jeff Metcalf unleashed this. Black conservative ABL panics and anti-whiteism all the way back in 1945. Go free. Lesson of the day. We didn't get to get to it last week. Hopefully we will this week. Never defend against anti-white attacks. Your comments, your questions, and then there's this. James Lindsay's doctor told him that erectile dysfunction was nothing to be ashamed of. It can easily be cured with a good diet, significant weight loss, body-wide grooming to address the copious body hair, giving up booze and hardcore pornography, and vigorously exercising. James grinned faintly. Yeah, he said, but how do I get my girlfriend to do all that? We're going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor, on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. If you would like to get a hold of yours truly while we are together today, you can tag me as @no-white-guilt, @no-white-guilt, nothing touching it. No spaces in between there. You can financially gift yours truly while we are together today. Poor James. While we are together today. You can do so at the app that permits cash. You can do so at Subscribestar. You could do so at Premium Rumble. And you will find those links in the description below on YouTube. You'll also find them at nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. Go check that out, and you'll find the links over there. You'll also find quite a little bit of interest to you at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com, nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. You can tag me. You can message me on all of those aforementioned, as well as tagging me as @no-white-guilt on YouTube. Make sure you switch it over to live chat. They're on the monitors to my right, your left. Switch it over to live tap, because top chat will hide some from you. You can comment on Entropy, which is up and running, but doesn't work for financial gifting anymore, maybe never again. And you can comment to me as well on Odyssey and X, and I will be keeping my eyes open for those comments across the board. If you would like to donate to the premier institution in service to white well-being, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org, you can do so. It's a 501c3. It's the only one doing any good for white people, the only one that's ever done any good for white people. It is like the white man's ADL, and you really need to be involved in that. If you wanted to succeed, here it is. It's been here for years and years, and it has receipts of successes for our people, not in the abstract, but in the real tangible lives of white people. We want you to be able to be a part of that. You can lean on out on the internet and financially donate there. We hope to see you. It's so good to see everybody coming over. Dan is with us, Julian is with us, Rapunzel is with us, Sean is with us, Samuski is with us, Biles with the West, Eagle Heart is with us, Shannon Oliver is with us, Westman is with us, Julian is with us. It is quite ancestral. Wolf and Zizor are all here. Franklin is here. Make sure you're sharing the gathering today so we can bring in as many people as we possibly can to the manumittance, the liberating of the mind of our brothers and sisters here in service to white well-being. We see over here, this is a Land of the Fake is over here on Premium Rumble. And who else is that? The Horse Whisperer is here. Hello, and he says, let's go, and good to see you. Good to see you. We have a few people showing up on X as well. Hello, hello, all the way around. And we got some interesting things. Boy, what a day it's been, hasn't it? We got a brand new segment we're going to start off with today. A brand new segment. You'll have to let me know if you can hear the audio as we prepare to share our brand new segment, ladies and gentlemen. Our brand new segment before we get into the quick news and laughs. Our brand new segment is titled...
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
Yes, that is the name of the new segment, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's true. This man has no dick is the name of our new segment. And we will pull up the associated video. Here, let's see if we can find the associated video. Yes, we can. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is the one and only Andrew Branca. And the Tree Godfather is confronting
racist
him.
Is an anti-white slur. No matter.
So you see here, Andrew, who was initially coming out to using some of the lexical dialectical power of Go Free and doing a great bit of good for Western kind and our people. And he's decided that no, he would rather have the filthy lucre. He would rather have the bags of silver. And so the Tree Godfather has shown up at this dickless wonder. And has he financially gifted and pointed out because Branca over here, the little bitch, the little dickless bitch that this old bitch is. Have I made myself clear? And Tree Godfather decides he's going to set this little old dickless bitch. This is what we think of him now. I'm trying to keep in, the way I really feel. He's going to correct him because he's going back to using the lexicon of the locutions of anti-whites and anti-whiteism within the anti-white narrative. Why? Because that is more profitable to a taboo grifter, which is all this old bitch is. That's all he's become. And here you have the Tree Godfather swashing in there, and he says, quote, racist is an anti-white slur, no matter what a dictionary says or how the right tries to redefine it. And let me see, I won't be able to see with the banner. Let's see if I say, I still can't even see. It's not show. I can't see. Maybe you all can see, but we'll see the rest of it as we play.
The Tree Godfather, racist is an anti-white slur, no matter what a dictionary says or how the right tries to redefine it. Only white people are, I don't know what the skull means. Use anti-white. Well, I have to talk to a very...
Okay, so obviously Tree Godfather is saying there that use anti-white because if you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. And listen to what the dickless taboo grifter has to say here in response.
White. Well, I have to talk to a very broad audience, the Tree Godfather. And most of them are not going to know what anti-white means.
Oh, they're not going to know what it means. No one will know what anti-white means. Fuck you, you wizened limp dick bitch. They're not going to know. This is all about you making dollars. This is all about you being a taboo grifting girl, bitch. And that, my friends, can you believe this? I get said this. Can you believe nobody's going to know what anti-white means? No, saying racist gets you paid. You old dickless it gets you paid. We're calling out these taboo grifters from now on. This guy's all about just getting a dollar. And boy, it'd be nice to come face to face and maybe slap his ass. Slap him right to the fucking ground. Fuck you. And this, ladies and gentlemen, has been...
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
And we'll roll on. I could not resist. I mean, I really have some ill will toward this guy now. Acted like he was gonna be somebody, and then when the audience started coming, the resentment sphere, the resentment economy, the white resentment economy showed up, and they're like, "We'll pay you to just resent what we resent." He's like, "Fuck that, I am definitely not going to battle for Western kind and Western civilization anymore. I'm just going to give these people, the resenters, what they want and make myself a few dollars." And then with all, he says this, and he says, "I only use the dollars to buy my wifey some flowers so I can be a wife husband." Shut up, you agate. That's the problem. That's the problem, is that this is what the white race is composed so much of. It's like this. On another note, you remember Mark Collett and so many of these others, anti-Jew spurgs out there, who they had a big laugh off about when we talked about how China and Russia and other countries were financing anti-whiteism, when we articulated exactly how they did it. And then evidence came to light about investigations that indeed China financing anti-whiteism in the United States. Of course they are. Of course. Well, there's more evidence coming out now. And of course, we found out Russia through Tenet Media and how many other entities financing anti-whiteism. But for the anti-Jews, the whole world just orbits. They hate worship Jews. And so the whole thing has always got to be about Jews. It's like, you either got to worship them in conservative sphere or hate worship them in the schmuck sphere. Those are the only mainstream or legitimate options for you out there. Well, wouldn't you know it? More info coming out.
CEO of the Democrats' $19 billion fundraising machine named Act Blue just pleaded the fifth in front of Congress 22 times and may be the center of a massive foreign influence operation. Here's everything we know. Our Secretary of State just testified there is no doubt foreign governments are funding left-wing causes on American soil. And today, the woman sitting on top of $19 billion in political money couldn't answer a single question about where it came from. Act Blue CEO Regina Jones appeared before the House Administration Committee today and invoked her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
Billions and billions of dollars, foreign dollars, pouring into the United States through Act Blue. And it's leaking everywhere about where this is. And what is it that Act Blue finances, Mark Collett, you little bitch? What is it that they finance? Anti-whiteism in abundance. So when is the apology coming? You Turkish waiter, when is the apology coming?
22 times. This is the woman running the platform that serves as the
Invoke the Fifth Amendment 22 times.
Backbone of Democratic fundraising in America, and she refused to answer under oath. Here's why her own lawyers threw up the red flag. Act Blue's own outside counsel warned Regina that she might have misled Congress about how the organization vetted its foreign donations. This is not a small operation we're talking about. Act Blue has processed roughly $19 billion in political donations since 2004, and congressional investigators found that in 2024 alone, up to $38 million showed signs of foreign origin, flagged by suspicious IP addresses, gift cards, and patterns tied to overseas fraud.
Meanwhile, while China and Russia and all of these places are financing radical anti-whiteism in the United States, and to be sure, it's happening in every other Western country, while they're financing radical anti-whiteism in all of these countries, organizations and anti-white organizations like the SPLC and anti-white individuals and other shadowy figures behind the scenes are financing the anti-non-white sphere, the anti-non-white movement, the resentment, the white resentment sphere. So your actual practice is financed. Whether you personally got money, What you do is paid for by radical anti-whites.
Fraud networks. Secretary of State Marco Rubio recently testified there is no doubt that the Chinese Communist Party and other foreign governments are funding left-wing causes inside the United States. Our foreign adversaries are not just hacking our systems, they're buying influence inside our political system through organizations that push the ideologies and media narratives you see dominating American culture. The gender division, the media extreme.
The anti-whiteism. Now, of course, this guy's going to be too much of a pussy to say that, like Andrew Branca's pussy. Too much of a Andrew Branca's a pussy. You remember when he read when Tree Godfather financially gifted him and included nowhiteguilt.org for the website, and Branca had to say, well, I'm not speaking for that website. I've never been to that website. I've never been to it. Bitch. Westman says, F Andrew and his innie. That's where they put the silver. Yeah, exactly. Selena's here. And she says that Andrew Branca is a American Renaissance speaker. You mean, how appropriate for a bunch of coward bitches like Jared Taylor and Andrew Branca to get together. A bunch of jealous coward bitch losers. How absolutely, is that accurate? Does anybody else know if that's true? That Andrew Branca is going to speak? What a fucking joke. What a joke. You know, fuck them. Fuck Jared Taylor. Fuck Andrew Branca. Positive Infinity is here. What do you think about the idea that definitions and connotations of words can be transformed over time, that even anti-white slurs like racist can be repurposed to pro-white? Absolutely no way. Not in your lifetime. Not in your lifetime. I like this segment, says Samuski. Yes. Yeah, you would have to transform, to take one of their concepts out of their narrative, you would have to produce several hundred years of entertainment without them producing any entertainment. And you would be doing it not in a void like where they introduced the concept of racist, but you would be doing it against the grain. It's just like all the problems there are with the word soccer, and the Brits can't make people stop calling soccer anymore. And that was slang that came from the UK, calling it soccer. They'll never be able to stop Americans and etc. from calling their football soccer. It's never changing. So you would be against the grain. So, I mean, never. So never. It will never happen. Thanks for the question, though. Carlos is here. Good to see you. What else do we have here? Who else? Let's go ahead and get to our quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck Jared Taylor, that has been so jealous of me over the years. So jealous of me. And he's going to have Andrew Branca, who ends up deciding that he's going to be a pure taboo grifter after starting to use some of the concepts. But he sees, no, there's more money in using the concepts that victimize Western kind. This is the problem. We got too many of these academic pencil dick Esquire bitches as the leadership. Ridiculous. Let's get into some quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Fox News alert, Trump just called off strikes on Iran at the last second and has announced all parties have agreed to final points of the deal.
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran, and we're going to be subject to finalization of documents, which should get done. over the next few days. We'll probably have a signing maybe in Europe.
Trump.
I think the important thing to point out here is that Trump continues to inch closer and closer, and I'm sure it's going to be something where they have to have the penalty hanging over the head of the Iranians, because the entire leadership is garbage human beings. They're just absolute trash. They have no honor or dignity whatsoever, and anti-whites will happily bring them into Western civilization. No honor or dignity whatsoever. But can you imagine being in the population and rooting against Trump accomplishing this? That's where we are. Take a look. This was yesterday. What are they? The Golden Knights parachuting in.
Did you have an American flag flying like this guy, though?
Oh, my God. That's actually Daniel Cormier's underwear that's
That's pretty funny. That's pretty good.
We did a WWE panel before this, and we got him to take his shirt off for the fans. Michael Bisping from small town Clitheroe, Northern England, to Washington, D.C. Chris Weidman from Long Island, New York. From Arizona, Dominic Cruz. Wow. And from East Sandwich, Massachusetts, Brendan Fitzgerald saying, "This has been a pleasure. Lincoln the Eagle starts the festivities."
Here we go. Take a look at this bald eagle. Yeah, baby. Look at that. Epic. Look at how totally awesome that is. And right now we have JK160 is with us. He said that the PM, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, just announced that Iran signed the peace deal, that all the taboo grifting garbage said would never happen and they hope would never happen. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Big salutes. Imagine skipping this because you're a little taboo grifting piece of shit, like the blue-balled boomer Andrew Branca, who said that in the live chat. That's funny. Let's keep it rolling. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. A judge orders Trump administration to restore national park changes at sites that disparaged the United States. Remember, every national park you went to, you had to be victimized with the history about how evil the white race is, how evil, as a consequence, the United States is. Well, Donald Trump had all that trash pulled. Imagine hating Donald Trump and his administration and trying to undermine it. All of those people can just go straight to hell. And here you have a federal judge, once again, several times a week, interfering, undermining Donald Trump so that the taboo grifters can say nothing's been done. A federal judge on Friday ordered the Trump administration to restore all the site changes from that executive order, calling for the nation's museums, parks, and landmarks to not display elements that inappropriately disparage America's past and living, past and present. So you had museums all paid for with our tax dollars, national parks, etc., that Donald Trump signed an executive order, said, get that anti-white trash out of there. God, I wish he had said anti-white trash. He said, get that trash out of there. And now this Judge Angel Kelly, I wonder what race this anti-white piece of shit is, that said, oh no, all of that disparagement, all of that anti-whiteism must be restored. The preliminary injunction issued by U.S. Judge Angel Kelly in Massachusetts also orders a pause on any additional changes, writing in the plaintiffs have shown that these efforts are meant to, quote, to rewrite the nation's history with a white-out pen. So the anti-white garbage wants anti-whiteism at every federally funded museum, national park, etc. Everywhere there's got to be anti-whiteism. And let's take a look at this fat anti-white pig right there. That's what this pig is. Can you see her on the screen? That's this anti-white, non-white in my country, in your country, telling you, no, the anti-whiteism has to stay. We're going to continue to disparage white people and everything you create. Well, fuck you. Go the fuck back to Mexico or whatever fucking country your ancestors came from. Anti-white terrorist. Sickening. Judge Angel. So there you have it again. Could you imagine undermining Donald Trump and his administration? How about this? Let's have a look at this. Contractors are fuming over black contractors, by the way. They're fuming. And by that, I don't mean they're toking up the ganj. By that, they mean that they're angry at Barack Hussein Obama because they haven't been paid a penny for all the work that they've done on the abomination of a so-called library, the Obama Library in Chicago. And it's sounding a lot like, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. If you like that black-owned business, you can keep it. It just won't get paid after working on the Obama Library. How about this? Just in, President Trump told Axios, quote, "Why did Bibi have to do a fucking attack? I was so pissed off, I let him know. He has no fucking judgment. I let him know that." So that's Donald Trump talking to the country that he supposedly is controlled by. Let's hear what this comedian has to say about how he treats his children.
I love my boys. We tease them a lot. We tase them a lot. Because you're not allowed to hit your kids, and we never, ever hit our kids. We choke them out. They always tap their pussies. But, and we never yell at our kids. We prefer more of a creepy whisper from underneath their bed at 3 a.m. Very effective. I love my...
That's the way you should handle kids. Take a look at this one. Carmelo Anthony supporter says, "What do I tell my 5 boy? What do I tell him? What do we do now?" And then this conservative dirtbag, like the blue ball boomer Andrew Branca, if he's got any balls whatsoever, here says the typical ignorant conservative garbage that makes me despise white conservatives. Said, don't murder. Don't murder. What are you supposed to tell him? Don't murder. Shut up, you lazy, cowardly bitches. You are not changing the biospirit of any non-white race. You cannot make any non-white race into the white race, and we all have the exact same biospirit. White cuck loser garbage like you, girls of both sexes, have been trying that since 1950, and you've been failing. You cannot change them. You're not going to get in there and say, "Oh, I got an idea. How about you? Hey, guys, how about you tell them not to kill? Oh, I got it. Was a goodie, wasn't it? I really got him, Andy. I really got him, didn't I? I told, that's all we need to have is a powwow. We just need to have a powwow with all the African Americans, the best of America. We'll have a powwow with them, and we'll get everybody to agree not to murder." No, listen, bitches. The way you prevent them from doing what Carmelo Anthony did is the white race becomes a people. And then when the white race becomes a people, our norms in law enforcement and justice will become the norm again. You follow me? And once our norms are inflicted on the rest of society, including ourselves, once our norms are back in place, then she will tell her 5 boys, "You better not fuck with the white man. You better not go out and murder someone, even if it's of another black person, because the white man will hunt you down, and they will be merciless when they hunt you down for breaking their laws. They will savagely beat your ass. They will throw you in prison, and you will get the treatment that the white race meets out to people who murder. So you will be executed." That's what she would tell. That's how we get her and her 5 sons and their descendants and relatives and friends to not break the norms of the white race. You do not ever get to that conclusion by saying, "Let's have a conversation and tell them not to murder." The snarkery is for kindergarten. But you know what? Somebody did a better job with this woman. They put a cartoon character on her, and she sounds and looks a lot better.
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? Well, I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys.
I got 5 boys, and I'm a butt plug. I don't even know how I did that.
I don't know. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more. What do you want us to do?
Oh, but ABL, the conservative that white cuck bitches has made a millionaire. That conservative, he'll tell you what to tell. Hey, black boys got boundaries, and if the white boys don't behave around them, then they get legitimately stabbed and dead. Isn't that right, ABL? We're not going to watch this video because it's absolute. You can see right here in the midst of what's happening right there. This black guy on this train in Chicago is fighting a white guy. And while they're fighting, the black guy's white girlfriend joins in on behalf of the black guy and begins kicking and stomping the white guy in the nuts. And then she gets some kind of a baseball bat thing and hits him on the head a few times with that. Wood chipper. You want to know how to fix this? You got to address anti-whiteism. You can't be a scrawny little blue ball boomer cuck, dickless wonder like Andrew Branca. How about this? Breaking: 2 former Utah court clerks arrested for allegedly helping illegals evade ICE. Take a look at these two. Jennifer Jorma and Lauren Morrow. So one of them is white, an anti-white white female. The other one is Arab, anti-white Arab female. They were working in the courthouse, and they were helping non-whites, primarily Central and South American non-whites, escape law enforcement. Should be able to execute for that.
Growing up, I always had this mark on my abdomen, and I would go to the doctor year after year, and I'd be like, hey, what is this? Should I be concerned? And they're like, no, don't worry about it. You're fine. Year after year, don't worry about it. You're fine. Then finally, I went to a dermatologist, and I was like, what is this? And she goes, oh, that's a third nipple. I'm sorry, what? She goes, yeah, actually, it's pretty common. Anytime somebody tells you it's pretty common, you never heard of it, they're probably just trying to make you feel better. I said, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me this whole time I've been walking around at the beach in my bikini, just all willy-nilly, just out here being indecent, not even knowing? Imagine living your whole life with a major nip slip, didn't even know it. So cut to, a couple years go by, I get pregnant. I'm at my ultrasound appointment. The doctor, she's feeling around on my belly. She goes, yep, everything feels great, looks great. And then she goes, what's that? I said, oh, it's my third nipple. And she says, well, just so you know, it may lactate.
Oh, we got to keep moving. Hey, take a look at this for white flighting, ladies and gentlemen. This white female blackening her skin, literally just making it black with tattooing. That audio sounds about right, doesn't it? That's mental disease. That mental disease is born of anti-whiteism. Oh, boy. Take a look at this. It is also a consequence of anti-whiteism and the white erasure of our norms.
I beg your finest pardon. I don't have sleep paralysis, but I believe if I did, this is what would show up. What kind of it puts the lotion in the basket type of modeling gig is this? I almost didn't even notice Kirby in the front there. I'm too distracted by the big red rocket there walking around like those aren't their own legs. This is art. Looks more like a ritual to some deity that doesn't even like you, but okay. Fucking what?
Oh, and here's Anthony Brian Lowe. Here you have New York Post showing this picture of Carmelo the murderer when he was younger, to totally typical of anti-whiteism. And here you have ABL, Anthony Brian Logan, the millionaire black conservative, yet again another one, run-of-the-mill pocket knife, he says. What are these retarded soft people calling this? An assault knife? We've truly fallen as a nation. This is what this anti-white black bitch is saying. This knife is what murdered Austin Metcalf. And he's like, well, it was just a run-of-the-mill pocket knife. We'll be talking about this anti-white black bitch in a minute. Hey, Democrat Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer caught on a hot mic with the Oracle CEO Clay insulting locals and bragging about how she ignores their concerns. Quote, we're used to people saying F no, and then we do it anyhow. That's a Democrat for you. Hey, and all the taboo grifters, they want to delegitimize the Trump administration. They want more Democrats. Wonder who's paying for them. Jen Lima, a school board member at North Kensington School Department in Rhode Island, shared a letter to Austin Metcalf's dad that she wrote him, blaming him for his son's murder because he, quote, failed to teach him that black boys have boundaries, close quote. Take a look at this white female piece of garbage right here. Anti-white, white female garbage. And, of course, she's huffing on a cat. So she has, she's full of toxoplasmosis and crazy as shit. As she huffs on, she wrote, black boys have boundaries. Don't you realize you got to obey them? Fuck, no, we don't. We're not obeying shit. And you know what? White men have boundaries too. And we've reached the limit. And it's time for us to take back our destiny and our civilization. And that means that psychotic, toxoplasmatic females like you get incarcerated for as long as you can live without food. Let's give it up for Stop Antiwhiteism, ladies and gentlemen. Let's show the love right now for him and the voice in the background here, the only one giving credit to me and the work that this community has done, Academic Agent.
No White Guilt. What was the name of that channel? Forget his name now. When he said, look,
it is anti-white.
What we need to do is get the phrase anti-white into the discourse. And I'm old enough to remember when that was controversial. Now Nigel Farage is not only named white people, but he is named the anti-white hatred.
Enough of anti-white prejudice.
Yo, 6 concepts, 1 mission, go free. Align with the archetype, Western kind in the leaves, about the mean pathogen, burn it in the flame. From anti-white chains, break out of the game. Go free, go free. White well-being the goal, feel the power.
Yeah. Go free, go free. Big salutes to these champions. And she's back again, ladies and gentlemen, singing a new tune, translated for your enjoyment.
Давным-давно один человек в России жил, сильный и большой, а в глазах пылал огонь. Все, кто его встречал, страх и ужас испытал, но в Москве он был прямо местный Дон Жуан. И как настоящий проповедник мог он Библию читать. И он также всем уроки жизни мог бы преподать. Соблазнил, он был реально мега-самцом. Распутин, что он там наворотил, всем было стыдно, как он себя вел.
Epic. Hey, remember the bad old days when, or maybe they were the good old days, when we used to sit around and say, it would be amazing if the United States would just kill the leaders of the cartels. Remember that? And we always sat around and we wondered, we were like, that would be the best thing ever. Why don't they do it? Why is it the leaders of the cartel are able to just act with pure impunity? Why do they have impunity? They're living somewhere. They're going on trips, they're places. Why didn't America just kill them? And it was never going to happen. It would have never happened if it wasn't for Donald Trump. Because here you have right here, the leader of Trinidad turned to fucking dust just the other day. That's the building he was in when this happened. Oh! You can thank Donald Trump and the administration for what we all have been wanting our entire lives. That these pieces of shit would be executed wherever they existed. All of the white, mostly young men, died from the narcotics that this garbage, these Central South American and Asiatic garbage drug dealers have pushed. And finally, we have an administration that will kill the pushers from the top down. Give it up, 07s, for Donald Trump, who just had his birthday. I've seen this and so many other times over the years. I wish I would have been collecting for the past at least 20 years. When they show these non-white performers, they take their songs. People research. They take their songs, and then they go back and they say, "Look, this song originally was written and sung originally by some white person. This dance move or these dance moves were originally done by white people. But then you fast forward up to the modern era, and blacks and Hispanics and half blacks, they're all given credit. They're all given credit for the great originality that they have with the songs and the dances. I mean, there are like beloved black performers by white people who they say, wow, they're so creative. Have you seen the way they dance, and they've seen the songs and how they sing? And then you go back and you find, what do you mean? In 1915, this was written by a white woman, for example, and the whole song, and she sang the song and she did the same dance moves. Well, I hadn't been keeping track of them over the years. So it's always good when you come across this one I'd seen before. This is Bob Fosse. When Michael Jackson was 13 years of age, this was his idol.
Michael Jackson stole almost all of his dance moves from this dude, Bob.
Not going to be able to play but watch this guy dance. This is a white man. Does that look like Michael Jackson at all? Does it look like somebody that came after Michael Jackson? Bob Fosse created all these moves that became iconically Michael Jackson moves, and that everybody celebrated him for. You can look him up, Bob Fosse. You go watch more of his dancing, and you'll say, how did he not come after Michael Jackson? Because I've been told by the establishment it was all Michael Jackson. Oh, my goodness. Shamu, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you guys want to know what it's like dating after 50? Either they're damaged, they smell funny, or they still think they're worth full price. I mean, like, what the hell? Do you guys want to know what it's like dating after 50?
Oh, my God. How'd they teach that fish how to talk? Holy shit. She's dating after 50. They smell. They think they're worth full price. I'd be worried she's going to eat me alive. Oh, my God. So anti-whiteism. Are you ready for some real in-your-face anti-whiteism for exactly how it occurs? Especially when you're a youngster, a child, a teen, exactly how it occurred for you 10 trillion times over. Are you ready for it? Because this guy does a great job. Preachy TV shows, including subtle messaging.
Oh, so the girl that we made fun of for joining the football team is actually our best player? Maybe I should reevaluate all the preconceived notions I have about female athletes. The gay black man who came into the emergency room earlier, whose concerns were dismissed because of his sexuality, ended up being correct about his diagnosis. It was all of the white homophobic doctors who were wrong. No, not she, they. They are the only politician in this community who isn't corrupt. That's why I'm voting for them and rethinking all of my previous political beliefs in the process. When we were running away from the far-right extremist with an AR-15, it was actually a member of the Muslim community that helped us find safety. Believe it or not, it was the homeless man, unhoused person, that helped the police find the wealthy white male suspect. To think they almost didn't listen to him because he's an illegal immigrant struggling with addiction. Our country's policies sure are messed up. Whoa!
You can look at this, and what we see here, because we understand the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. You see the manipulation of hundreds of millions of minds of our brothers and sisters around planet Earth to teach them to lower their guard, to be white guilted, to be confused, to be befuddled, to surrender all that our loved ones have fought and died for and bled for and loved for and laughed for and had children for, to surrender it all to the totality of the world and subject ourselves to endless victimization in every aspect of our lives. We understand it all in this white positive community. But conservatives watch something like this and they're like, yeah, that's true. And that's the end of it for their hollow head. Where's Andrew Branca? Where's Andrew? Because that's his meal ticket.
I talk a lot of crap about my son up here, but I do want you to know that he's a very respectful young man, and he is smart, and he has a very dry sense of humor, to the point where you don't know if it's a joke or if you're going to get murdered. Right? You wake up the next day and you're like, that's funny, buddy! Good job, it's a very funny joke. Oh my God, I'm alive! It's like that kind of sense of humor. We were walking down the street one day. It was my son and my daughter and I. We were walking towards an Asian family. There were 7 of them. None of them were higher than my chest. Does that mean I think all Asian people are short? No, of course not. I'm just telling you these are the facts of this particular story. So the grandparents passed us, and then the parents passed us, and the children passed us. And my son slowed down, and he looked at me, and he goes, do you think Godzilla was just a normal-sized lizard? And my daughter said, isn't that racist? And I said, we will figure that out when I'm done laughing.
And of course, everybody experienced the sister that anti-white policed the language and thoughts in the family. And finally, we have this. Never forget, ladies and gentlemen, that God literally sent a bolt of lightning to destroy an anti-white George Floyd memorial. Let's rock.
Welcome ye to Pirate Town by the 7 seas. We make merry in the groggery before we catch the breeze. With tin whistle, fiddle and bowron, we play a merry tune. We sing for the jolly heretic, may it never be marooned. And so to Captain Cooner, lads, raise your tankards high. And to the bar, keep Dutton, but don't leave our glasses dry. One for fellow sailors Curtis, Quinones and Gottfried. Another for those lost at sea, Charlemagne and Turnip Seed. We pray you find the Red Hawk and follow the safer shores. No pirate is forgotten on the greatest man o' war. Rum, grog, pint of gad or whiskey, don't waste a single drip. The best crew of drunken buccaneers to ever man a ship. The pirates of our vessel, the brothers of this manor bun, will sail the bitter waves until our fertile lands return. You scallywags, you scurvy dogs, sing while the tavern's lit. We sing for the old glory club and the jolly heretic. Once were a hardy folk, descendants of Albion from many years ago. We are not the tyrants that so many villagers might say. We see the darkness spread from the lands of Facon Gay. Danger fields, once a forest, now just muddy sand. So it's on the chopping waves where we make our stand. We raise the sail, we raise the flag, we honor what
We got more music and we got more news coming right up, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
In a shanty town of cutthroats, we sing the rebel songs, curse to the knaves and landlubbers that say we're doing wrong. We curse their tongues, we curse their laws, we curse every lie. We'll shall sail against the bitter wind until the tyrants die. The pirates of our vessel, the brothers of this manor bun, will sail the bitter waves until our fertile lands return. You scallywags, you scurvy dogs, sing while the tavern's lit. Oh, we sing for the Old Glory Club and the Jolly Heretic. You want to join us, you may perish in the deep. There's no solace for the exiles, no promises to keep. For the Iandel and the Celestine and symbols of the West, we drink to warm the cockles and put hairs upon the chest. We traded rocky roads and heartache for these blistered hands. We go free with no guilt or shame, the true Prometheans. We break the outer rings and sharpen shattered blades. With rubber grit we gritted team on the unforgiving ways. The pirates of our vessel, the brothers of this manor bun, will sail the bitter waves until our fertile lands return. You scallywags, you scurvy dogs, sing while the tavern's lit. We sing for the Old Glory Club and the Jolly Heretic. The pirates of our vessel, the brothers of this manor bun, will sail the bitter waves. We have nowhere left to run. You scallywags, you scurvy dogs, sing while the crabber's lit. We sing for the dying light and the Jolly Heretic.
Oh my God, Lomax's Jolly Heretic, ladies and gentlemen. So awesome. Let's get to our Perspicacious Comments so we can get to our news about Jeff Metcalf and the video that he made, as well as some Mark Dice information about this black conservative loser that has made himself a millionaire off of white people who they're all now so many shocked, and they're like, sir, I disagree with you. But first, we got our Perspicacious Comments, which are comments in the threads under the videos. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you share, give a like to the stream, and share. We got Cordite says, even before the internet, the German-American Nazi activist Fritz Julius Kuhn in 1939, held a conference in Madison Square Garden full of 22,000 people. That's roughly the size of the NFL arena. His whole speech was the same old reiteration of "Itados." And even during that speech, Fritz spoke of white people as if they were abstract when he said, quote, "We're not even fighting an American race or even the white race," close quote. I don't think these J-Spurgs have ever even heard of this guy. And even after having 6 million Jews dead, they still are thriving today. This is further evidence that resenting the Jews has done nothing for generations. Give it up for Cordite. So very true. I mean, the white resenters from the white resentment sphere, they just can't get enough of strategies that fail in service to our well-being. This here, we have Cool Papa J Magic, Anthony Brian Logan. We'll be talking about ABL. Anthony Brian Logan was the first guy I ever ratioed on Twitter. Oh, I love it. He says, I can't even remember what the post was about, but I replied with something like, quote, so many of these non-white conservatives are finally putting their anti-whiteism on display for the world to see. Keep it coming, close quote. And got a good bit more upvotes than his original post. He is definitely anti-white. Well, we're going to be talking about this anti-white black conservative, and it's just like there's no end for them. There's no end. They just keep getting more and more white dollars. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. Now let's keep it going for Joe. Anyone saying there's no way this appeal will be accepted or there's no way this conviction will be overturned is completely 100% wrong. He's talking about the Carmelo Anthony conviction. They are dealing in abstractions. Anti-whites will bend and break any rules, misinterpret any laws, and abuse any technicality to comport with anti-white narrative and the preceding immoral imperative. How many times have we seen anti-whites do something illegal or shady? And we said, quote, hey, they can't do that. And then nothing was ever done about it. Everything bends to the will of the social morality. Joe is absolutely right. Give it up for Joe. We'll keep it going here. Hardman says, yeah, the many POC I interact with don't seem particularly scared of whites. Whites maybe have some humility and admit we are getting our arses kicked. So he's talking about the non-whites. He says, time to get back to basics and come together as a people. Go free. Give it up for Hartman. Big salutes. Keeping it going. Dan here writes, quote, love is where the strength is, close quote, quoting me. This is 100% true. I've been absent lately because of work commitments that during my absence, I realized how much I've come to rely on Church of the West. It is my favorite time of the week, and it just doesn't feel right when I miss it. I love learning from you and interacting with everybody in the chat. I don't know what I'd do without you all. Thank you so much for your service, Jason. Big salutes to you. Hey, if you're listening to my voice, you're at Church of the West for the first time, or you're fairly new, you're hearing testimonials of the success that people have using this very simple practice to revolutionize their lives so that they can defeat the anti-whiteism inside their own minds and in their circles of influence. And by doing so, we recapture our destiny as a people. The downfall says this: every time Jason would tell the people who just don't understand, go get drunk and find a roof, I was laughing so hard. I love when Jason gets fired up. It's happened quite a bit lately, my brother. Let's see. Ibaborian Dream comes in. Jason can couch some of the best humor in with his passion and mission of white well-being. Enjoy the no holds barred gathering. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for these two champions, ladies and gentlemen. Almost done here with our perspicacious comments. Back to Cordite. He said, I saw an article by an anti-white who was writing like an anti-white against RTTL. And this anti-white had said in his article, quote, I am a white guy, but don't know anything about white American culture, close quote. So this guy who is completely anti-white and believes whites have no culture and is totally severed from his people, Orville has said that he would allow in to RTTL. Ultimately, we can already predict the deleterious effects of these actions. He is an idiot. I totally agree with you. Absolutely. Just because somebody is white doesn't mean they're white positive and productive and healthy and a boon to us, and they are not let in. In fact, they'll be thrown out with all the others. Ardent White writes this. She says, honestly, I owe my mom a thank you. Years of listening to her when she was fired up. She unknowingly prepared me for this, quote, new hard era. Sometimes I hear your quick-witted insults, Jason, and I think, quote, yep, that's 100% something my mother would have said, close quote. You speak directly to my soul. I am at home here. Let's hear it for Arden White, ladies and gentlemen. 07s. Cool Papa J Magic. Back to the Cool Papa J Magic. He writes, by the way, not only does that Jake Monroe guy, by the way, his new name I've decided is going to be Edward Scissorgrift. Jake Monroe guy has thousands and thousands of viewers live. He also has access to super chats and channel memberships, the whole lot. He talks about Jews and other groups as animals, along with many other talking points that should get his channel shut down. Quite interesting. I don't need to spend much time here to see what he's about. He does talk quite a bit about us. He says things that I've definitely called white positive, but it's drowned out by the white negativity. Another dead end content creator, taboo grifter. Let's give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. 3 more comments for Perspicacious Comments, and we're going to get back into our news items. It's going to be so much fun. Ancestral Wolf says the victories for our people this week are amazing. This is the greatest purpose of our time. The white race will be a people again. Absolutely. Let's hear it for Ancestral Wolf. He's talking about last week when we reached over 2 million of people with the lexical and dialectical power of the Go Free practice. Deso writes this: the people who say, quote, you didn't do anything, close quote, to no white guilt and the white well-being community are either low IQ clowns or just jealous dirtbags. 100% Deso. God bless you for that. And finally, on our Perspicacious Comments this week, and if you would like to have your comment read, put it in the thread on YouTube under the one of the latest live streams, and maybe your comment will be selected as one of the Perspicacious. Kittle writes this: these young kids are embarrassing. No wonder we're getting taken over. These middle-aged women have to stay the hell out of minor everyday situations. They're creating weak, whiny men. Quote, I'm going to call my lawyer, close quote. LMFAO. This is in reference to the video that Tree Godfather shared with us of the older man coming down and saying, hey, don't ride your jet skis here, ride it in my backyard. And they're like, I'm going to call a lawyer. Kittle finishes with this. This used to be just another day when I was growing up, and no one needed the hovering, lunatic, liberal women types. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Perspicacious Comments for today. Let's continue with what we have here. We will head on over to our next news item, which is straight out of Benny Johnson's channel. Take a look at this garbage that was tweeted by some vicious anti-white pieces of shit. An AI created Austin Metcalf, and then this is almost assuredly AI of this anti-white pissing on Metcalf's grave.
F all white people. Let's kill America. Dead loser BLM. So this is the reaction from Black Tucker Carlson Jr. This is the reaction. This is how they'll treat you. Are you awake yet? You understand yet that there's a unsolvable problem, a moral rot?
There is not an unsolvable problem. We have the remedy. The lexical and dialectical legerdemain of the Go Free dialogic is the remedy. And we demonstrate it in people's lives every single day here in Service to White Wellbeing Church of the West. We have the remedy. Now, it's an unsolvable or insoluble problem for conservatives. I agree. You know, Buckley got started in 1950s, and look at where we are today in 2026. So it can't be solved. Benny is doing the exact same thing as other conservatives, wanting to have a conversation with the black race, with black people. That has never worked. It's never going to work. And I don't want to have a conversation. Quite frankly, I'm sick of hearing about blacks. Can I get an amen? I grew up my entire youth having to hear about blacks and how hard white people are on, but the entire time, there was no hard on black people. There was hard on white people. There was all this preferential treatment and special privileges for blacks. But I had to live the anti-white lie that their lives were so impossible. Meanwhile, my white ass had to be besought and forced to think endlessly about how blacks are feeling, and in particular black males, and what are they thinking, and what are their opinions on things. I don't give a fuck what they think. Pardon my French again. These past couple of weeks have just not been, they haven't been good for my patience when it comes to these. And if Andrew Dickless Branca is speaking at American Renaissance, that's going to put it off the charts. That's going to put it off the charts. But I don't care what they think. And then you leave that environment and you want to save your people. You want to put an end to our victimization. And you go into the white resentment sphere, and they want to talk about blacks, and they want to talk about Jews, and they want to talk about No, I left the answer. With the conservatives like Benny and them, you have to worship them. And then you go to the white resentment sphere, and you have to hate worship them. I don't want to talk about them at all. Talking about them does nothing for us. Talking to them and with them does nothing for us. These people, they need to be people like Benny Johnson. I don't know. Maybe they need to have the pussy slapped out of them, and then maybe they'll stop acting this way.
That is coming to turn your kids into a Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf's dad gets it. Awesome.
There is a culture of riot. This is the other. Conservatives do this all the time. This is our family. Fuck if it ain't is my family. My family is Western kind. I can have and you know what I'll do with that family as well? I will cut loose the garbage. I will cut loose the enemies, the pernicious members. I will cut them loose like this. And I will have friends in other groups of people. But conservatives, this notion, you look at the country, and this is one of the things that has infuriated me so much over the years, even from childhood, is they'll look out at the world and they'll look at what vehemently anti-white, vehemently anti-American, vehemently anti-everything that is white America. And then the conservatives will own their behavior. Why are we hating America? We're not doing shit. They're hating America, and they're our victimizer. You can never think clearly. You can never come to proper conclusions and then proper action items if you are owning the behavior of those who are our victimizers or those who are our enemies. How does this not make sense, Benny? And all you other cuck bitches out there, how does this not make sense? So they do the exact same thing when it comes to blacks. They look at the black community at large, and they'll say, well, why is it that we're murdering each other? Why is it that we're not murdering each other at all? Then if they want to be edgy like Benny here, they'll come in and they'll say, well, look, it's blacks killing blacks. And so we need to have a conversation about how do we end our culture and family feud of blacks killing blacks. Shut up. Just shut up. I have a feeling, you look at the white race today and you say, well, the white race is tiny in number compared to the others of the world. I have a feeling that when a healthy white leadership comes to the fore in the West, they're going to make the numbers of the white population a lot smaller. Because I think there are a lot of us that have got to go. I think there are a lot of us that have got to go. This kind of thinking that their behavior in their neighborhoods, in their ghettos, in their hoods is somehow ours. It's our culture of rot. It isn't our culture of rot. And nor can we go in there and have a conversation with them, Benny, about how to improve their neighborhoods or the way they live or how they should see things. I mean, that's this hubris that every human being can just be made into a white person's biospiritual instinctual expression. Every non-white person, every other person on planet Earth can just be made into a white person if we just have a conversation with them. I'm so sick of this because you know why they think this way? Because they're all pussies. And they say, well, you know what? I can bring in 11-year-old Todd, and I can just have a little sit down with Todd, and I can explain to him how this bullying behavior is wrong. You can't do that with Tyrone, bitch. Tyrone has to know what happens when in the white man's West, you murder or you rape or whatever. Our norms have to be in place. Our sensibilities have to be in place. And then Tyrone won't do those things. God damn. And that's generally, obviously, you're going to have exceptions to every rule. Good people of every race, bad people of every race. God knows we got enough of bad of our own. So here he is. We got this unsolvable problem in our culture, Our culture, a culture of rot.
Austin Metcalf staffs finally gloves off for this guy. And he is speaking what a lot of people feel right now.
Which is the problem. Because what's he saying? Austin Metcalf's father is a dyed-in-the-wool ABL fan. You were wondering how they went together. You should have been able to pick it up from the meme where ABL is there pointing to his 1865 Black Power. That's when we took this motherfucker. Hat that he has on. Juneteenth, motherfucker. That's the new America. That ain't my conservatism. Benny, that might be your conservatism. MLK and 1984, 1776, 1885. That might be your conservatism, Benny. It ain't mine. I don't want nothing to do with that shit. So this guy's a dyed-in-the-wool ABL follower, and ABL's popping along saying, oh, no. Austin was the problem. Austin Metcalf was the problem because he came up on my boy because if ABL had a son, it would be Carmelo. He came up on my boy. And my boy didn't have to leave. He didn't have to leave. He was facing raindrops. How you expect him to face raindrops? It was sprinkling, motherfucker. He told to leave. But don't you know there was raindrops out there? I mean, give me a break. So according to that, we'll get to ABL, but I gotta make it very clear. We're gonna get to the conservative shock over it. And Jeff is not coming around and saying what everybody. Jeff here is a conservative throwing a tantrum. And you know what? This is like, he's like 15 years old. He reverts to a 15-year-old. He's like, I'm gonna say felon and watermelon together. Oh, now mom's mad. Mom is pissed. You did it. So according to ABL, though, got to point this out, and I'll bring us back. I'll bring us back around to this anti-white black son of a bitch that's been made a millionaire off of white cuck idiots. And I'll just point out that according to ABL, if some black guy or boy or lad or whatever tells you that if you do X, he'll kill you, then killing you is now legal. That's according to ABL. This great conservative who's been made a millionaire by you white dumbasses out there, you white shit for brains dumbasses out there, you white cowardly bitches out there, because, hey, this black guy, he agrees with us. He agrees with us some, so that now I feel legitimate. I can share at my local cookout. I can share. Yeah, these are the kind of conservatives that when you go to their hot dog cookout, you take a look at the condiments and you find Vaseline in among the condiments. And you're like, I knew something wasn't right about this guy. I knew something wasn't right about him. There's the ketchup. There's the mustard. There's the Vaseline. So let's hear Jeff Metcalf's. Oh, and he's got to talk about black fatigue as well, which, of course, as much as I like Mark Dice, I've been getting irritated with him lately as well. Getting all excited about black fatigue, him saying black fatigue. How long have white people been fed up with black behavior like this? Oh, you mean ever since the first few were dropped off? Has that helped us? Has that liberated us? Have we become a people as a result? Oh, you got black fatigue now. You don't like blacks. This childishness, this reversion, this 13-year-old comedy and thinking and aspirations and insecurities. That's what they all appeal to now. That's all the internet is now. You think that's going to save our race? You think it's going to save our countries from anti-whiteism and the anti-white organizations? 13-year-old deductions, 13-year-old snarky, giggling laughter. These people all need a 2x4 to the head. Let's listen to Jeff Metcalf throw his tantrum.
I thank God for justice. I thank God for Texas justice and the American way, and that we got something out of this. And we didn't get an OJ situation. But as far as I'm concerned, it didn't go far enough. Austin Metcalf's father speaking with passion right here.
Drew Anthony, Kayla, you're cowards. You wouldn't even show up for your son's sentencing or victim statement impacts. You abandoned your kid. You left him there. I guess he's no more use to you because you can't get any more GoFundMe money or GoSendGo money. You are grifters. You should be ashamed of yourself. You raised that child, and I swear to God, CPS should come check on those other 3 that you still have. You never once admitted or took accountability. You tried to play victim. The real victim is the one who died, not the one who shoved a knife in his chest.
Yeah.
I come to pray with you,
but not if you're ABL, one of the conservatives that this guy follows.
Show the world we can close the gap of this unbelievable racial divide.
I mean, so is the anti-white narrative. I came to you to show the world that we can close the gap of this unbelievable racial divide. Is that what it is? Is it a racial divide? This is the conservative thinking that needs to be overcome. No, we don't come together with the people who hate us. There are plenty of black people. There are plenty of Hispanic people. There are plenty of Indian people. There are plenty of Jewish people. They don't have a problem with white people having well-being. And they're more than welcome. They're more than welcome. But you're not conservatives. No, there is no like elite that are keeping us separated. It is literally an anti-white ideology, an anti-white religion. They're waging war. What do you mean come together? What are you talking about come together? That's like Vietnam heading out to the North Viet Cong and saying, let's come together. We've got this big divide. They're killing us. They killed your actual son. There is not this. Now you can see the problem with an incorrect lens. A lens is a description of what you're looking at. And if you have the wrong notion of what is happening, you can't come to intelligible or intelligent conclusions in the service of even your own well-being. Because this is the kind of notion that would say, well, we got to stay in this increasingly white erased environment and refer to it as a multiracial and vibrant environment. We've got to stay here because we need to end this divide between the races and among the races. There's only one divide. The divide is between anti-whites and white people. That's the only divide, Jeff. That's it.
And what'd you do? You widen the gap even further.
Oh, you widen the gap. We need to end. I'm ready to just bend right over and pull my cheeks apart, as ABL told me to do, my good conservative leadership. And what do? You don't also bend over and pull your cheeks apart? Well, that doesn't make sense. We're just trying. We're one big happy family.
You hire a convicted baby-shaking felon who's only in it for the money, who gives you bad advice, kicks me out of a press conference. Oh, funny. I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, but I left. When asked, I didn't stab anyone.
That kind of, did it bring your son back? That's not a point. That's not, they always, conservatives think things like that are a great big point. You see, I showed you that I was better than you. No, they don't think that because the morality is anti-white. You dumb white booby. The morality is anti-white. When they victimize you, that's the moral thing. You leaving somewhere you were told to leave and them not is not a moral one-up.
And then you proceeded to gaslight me with your convicted felon, quote, advocate? Minister? Minister of what? Minister irrelevant? Minister of bullshit? How about Minister fuck you? Y'all think I'm a saint? I'm no saint. I'm as human as you. I have emotions. Just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I don't sin, because I don't walk on water and I don't turn into wine. And anybody else can, step up. Don't become kicking rocks in my backyard. Look in your own. The display of adults on the internet. If your children saw how you acted, would you be proud? Or is that what you teach them? Do you teach them that racism is okay?
Do you teach them that racism is white people don't stand a chance? If this is how they're going to think, they don't stand a chance. That's why we have to promulgate these concepts to them. This is absolutely, he's chugging the anti-white poison. So his rage, cuck conservatives, important here to notice that cucks are looking at this and they're saying, well, he went a little, some of them are like, he went a little too far. Others are, the edgier ones like Benny, are like, he's saying what we're thinking. No, I don't want to be thinking this. This is poison. You're inside the anti-white narrative. You are exactly where cuck-conservatism was created and has remained, and is why things are as bad as they are in 2026 as opposed to 1950 when cuck-conservatism was created.
Do you teach them? Do you inbred? Do you program your kids to hate, to kill? From day one, I said this was never about race. Please.
You see, it's all about race. This is why we have to get to our brothers and sisters, so that there'll be another Austin Metcalf, guaranteed. And there'll be another Jeff Metcalf that will step forward. And we have to be there. Our concepts have to be ever. So the praxis of Go Free, our practice, become praxis in the body, as it has and continues. Over 2 million exposed just last week. As that continues to spread, maybe the next Jeff Metcalf will say the right things, the empowering things for the white race, to actually put an end to these kind of murders. There have been countless Jeff Metcalfs before this guy. And I'm tired of seeing them. I'm not going to coddle this guy. I don't want to see any more Jeff Metcalfs. I don't want to see any more white fathers whose sons or daughters were murdered by anti-whites of various races step forward and say, we need to heal the divide. There ain't no healing shit. The only way we can end our victimization is by becoming a people. The only way we can end the black on black violence is by the white race becoming a people, enforcing our norms on their community. You're going to live in America? Here's how it's going to work. You murder, you die. You rape, you die. You steal, you go to prison for 50 years. Whatever it is. You carjack, you die. We execute you for a whole range of shit. And then guess what? The black community is suddenly safe for them.
Don't make it about race and don't politicize it. And what did you do? You chose both.
So yeah, that was the wrong thing to do. What is perfectly natural and works every time.
The race card, black fatigue, it's real. I'm sorry.
There you have it. Black fatigue, it's real. That's where he's being edgy. That's where he's throwing his tantrum. You can see him now at 15 years of age yelling at his mother. This is not some big righteous or moral stance. Not some cutting, mordant, brilliant, or profound thing that was just shared. White people, they're black people. This is the thing about black fatigue. And we've already seen it. Mark Dice, for all the black fatigue, he's already doing the exact thing I said that was problematic about saying black fatigue. And that is, it's made legitimate by whom using it. Therefore, does it unite white people? Does it create a people out of the white race? No. Where could you go in the past where you could talk to white people? Okay, by the way, just to answer, if you didn't know the answer, blacks saying they have black fatigue is what legitimizes it. 100%. You'll see white people working at fucking Target, and they'll be like, well, you know what? I got black fatigue. And the boss will come over and say, what'd you say? Well, let me show you on my phone here. This black guy said he's got black fatigue. It's perfectly legitimate. I hope they fire you. Where could you go at any point in your life? Among white people, among black people, among any group of people, and point to black people rioting or raping or burning stores down or whatever and say, are you perfectly fine with this? Or are you fatigued by it? Are you tired of seeing it? You know, in 1978 or 79, blacks in the Navy rioted on a ship, on a destroyer. You have to look it up. They had a riot, a race riot, 1978, 1979, on a U.S. Navy ship. You think if you would have asked white people at that time, do you have fatigue? And they would say, no, actually, no, I've got a long way before I feel fatigued by their behavior. I have a really long way to go. I could have a lot more rioting and raping and shooting and burning the town down and the teen takeovers. I could have quite a lot. I have plenty of patience for that. And then finally, you're going to get to I got black fatigue now, 2026. Everything's going to... No, everybody was fed up with that behavior, whether it was groups of blacks doing it or groups of whites doing it. Or how many times do you look at the hooligans in Europe, and they're all white, at least back in the day, and their soccer team, and that's what it's called, soccer, their soccer team, a sport for girls, their soccer team won, and they go burn the town down, and you were like, yeah, that's fine. No. All the normal white people said, what a bunch of idiot garbage they are. Those soccer hooligans are garbage. So saying now, you got black fatigue, it's such a big revolution. No, this is just the white resentment sphere, 13 years of age, maturity and intelligence and education appeals. Because they hear black fatigue and they're like, oh, did you hear that? They hear... and this is Mark Dice just going off on enter hard R. That's all for 13-year-old mentalities. Neoteny following white people up into adulthood and even senescence. 13-year-olds standing around, they're like, he said enter? Oh! I can't even tell you how infuriating and sickening this is. So, black fatigue is real. Oh, really? Well, that's the big change we needed.
You have embarrassed your own culture and race. Don't get me wrong.
Tree Godfather, I always err on the conservative side if I don't know for 100% certainty. So he's saying it was even earlier. It was 1972. The USS Kitty Hawk, 1972. I thought it was the end of the 70s. It was even earlier.
We got a lot of people that embarrass the shit out of me too. But you guys, you got a patent on that shit. And the only people that's going to change it are you. Don't blame me.
No, you see, here's the white moralizing, the white pontificating to the black race. I'm going to go ahead and Jeff, listen here. Listen. The moment you start pontificating and moralizing to blacks, they hear every word you're saying and they're taking it to heart, buddy. Keep doing it. They hear every word. When white conservatives, when they're with their doughy white muscleless bodies, show up and their man tits and their Depends garments and their little dogs, when they show up and they moralize and they pontificate to the black community, blacks love that. They go into deep pensiveness, this protracted introspection where they say, he really made some really good point. I think we should change our community. And they all simultaneously do it at one time. So that just like everything changes in the hood. Thanks to white, doughy, flabby, man-tittied, little dick, Depends wearing, hair on the lower part of their backs, losers have just lectured them.
Blame the white person because we can't change it. But you're going to blame the white person for every fucking thing else. I'm going to tell you right now. Charleston White.
He's trying to head in the right direction there. Jeff, we can help you out. If you don't want to be ridiculed by me, it's like the Knights of Knee. If you don't want to be, Orno was better in that movie. It was the Frenchman. What was it? What was it the Frenchman said about don't they come again? Or no, don't return, or we shall taunt you again. We shall taunt you again. Fish of the marsh. Quoi? Fish of the marsh. I'll have to look that up. If you don't want to be taunted again, viciously taunted. I do have some French heritage. If you don't want to be taunted again viciously, then I can teach you. You can go free. And your next video that you make can actually do some good, can actually honor your son, as we have honored your son.
Why? You think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a pussy and a coward, and you raised one. Kayla, you drunk bitch. What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? My God, what kind of mother are you? Hey, Kevin Hayes, you fucking liar. Day after it happened, how many lies did you sit and type up on your keyboard, you big keyboard warrior? You a big tough man. You still live in Baton Rouge? Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, buddy? You're supposed to find me. I told you we could sit down and talk. That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. You're the only one in your family without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture.
They said in the movie, they said, now go away, or I shall taunt you a second time.
You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Let me make one up.
Oh, stumbling got it.
Let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name.
So he said, let me make something racist up. Now, he didn't make anything racist up. This watermelon felon that he's about to say has been in numerous cartoons, including one called Kirby from years back. What I imagine, though, is for him, he heard it new somewhere, maybe from his son Hunter. I don't know. But he decides that he's going to use it about Carmelo.
For Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about watermelon felon? How's that one strike you?
It doesn't land well. I mean, it lands almost as good as your mother was a hamster and your father smelled of elderberries.
I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night, because he's going to have many nights to think about what the fuck he did. I forgave him, so I don't carry the hate and the anger. How poetic justice is served. You just do a big softball and knock it out of the park. Thank you for making it so easy for me. So you can live with your lie if you want to, but my truth is forever.
Of course, that's not true at all. In the white resentment sphere, they've got this completely inept notion that truth always prevails, that truth is, and I think this is now, looking back, this is something that powerless people lie to themselves. They comfort themselves. They cope with this. I argued that back when I was still practically a child, especially compared to so many in the white resentment sphere, that truth is like a little girl. And if she's not protected from the evil of the world, then she's easily devoured by it.
Just like the fact your son is a convict and a killer. Forever. Forever's a long time. What's your master plan, Mr. Anthony? To use your son as income? And so,
yeah, they're going to be finding various ways to, they're begging for more money. And obviously this guy had his son murdered. And we've mentioned many times, feel for him and the family, especially the brother in whose arms Austin died. So absolutely feel for these people. I would much rather have this guy empowered than behaving as a child, throwing a tantrum. And good Lord willing, maybe by the end of the first week that Carmelo is in prison, he'll never have to worry about anyone ever hearing him fart again. That'll be the end of it for Carmelo. And here you have Dice. We got to talk about this. Antiwhiteism 777 is here. Mega is here. Good to see you. Let me jump to the top. We're going to be looking at this. You're going to have a little surprise here. We're going to surprise you. We got a little surprise coming up. You might find it interesting. Oh, by the way, don't ever use when Dice was celebrating this tantrum, because the reality is I like Dice, but the reality is that almost his entire audience, as are all audiences out there that are just looking for entertainment, looking for somebody to mock and ridicule that which they resent. They are the equivalent of 13-year-olds, your average 13-year-old. And so he's got to he's got to use the concepts they already know. And what do children do? They flip concepts they already know inside the narrative that their parents have created, their school has created, society, the anti-white narrative. So they use things like black privilege. Never use that. If you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. We want them flipping the concepts in our story, not us flipping the concepts in their story. You cannot win. How many years does this have to happen? Really, how much of a dumb motherfucker are you? Like, I should say that. How have I had to say that? Do you know I've been saying that I've been in this for 3 decades, for so long? The other day I was like, how long now? And I did the math, 33 plus years. So now 3.5 decades I've been doing this. 2 plus decades that we've had Go Free, and I've been pushing it. And I've been telling people you can't flip their concepts. And look at, they've been flipping the concepts of the anti-whites for generation after generation after generation. And look at where we are today. And I just want to say, how fucking stupid are you? If you still don't get this, if you're still like, well, I don't know. If you hug a chainsaw, if you still are struggling with this, I am so tired of having to say the same shit and hear the same objections and then have the tards showing up and saying, well, why don't we just, if they say black lives, we'll say white lives. And then I say, a high schooler could figure out the rebuttal to this. I already did it instantly in my head. And then 1 or 2 weeks later, maybe Franklin can remember, a black high schooler, and we showed it on stream, shared the rebuttal that I created and didn't tell anybody on stream. And the black kid said, of course it's white lives matter. Of course it's okay to be white. It's just not okay to be racist. God. But no, I still got to go. Decades more of white people coming to me. I mean, isn't that how it worked out in our stories about the Oracle of Delphi? Isn't the exact same way? White people showed up. They traveled to get the soothsaying. They wanted to hear about, and the same thing. It could be the Oracle of Delphi. It could be the brain surgeon that's got to work on your father. It could be the liver surgeon that's going to work on your child. It could be, and white people show up and they're like, okay, now tell me. And the oracle says, and the surgeon says, and the surgeon says, and then the white people are like, no, I don't think so. That's how white people are, apparently. I don't think so. Oh, your way is working, but I don't think so. I think my way. Yeah, hug a chainsaw. Just absolutely hug a chainsaw if this is how your brain is still working. Getting fed up with it. All right, let's see. Are there any tags for me here? Jerome V is in the house. Selene says, black people have a people, or for better or for worse. Yeah, the thing about us having a people is we have all of our principles. We haven't gotten rid of any of our principles, but we've elevated white well-being to the top. So everything has to serve white well-being, but that doesn't mean, for example, that we would tolerate a white rapist. We're still going to execute him or her. God, and nowadays, especially when it comes to children, it's a her. Lambda is here. Good to see you. Says, so sick of conservatives. Amen to that. When an anti-white threatens you for murder, you must make an immediate choice. Yeah, exactly. Says 777. Into stumbling. Black fatigue, but not white ill being fatigue or anti-white fatigue. Never focusing on our people. Absolutely correct, stumbling. Never focusing on our people because they can't, because they're such selfish pricks. They are such white. So the vast majority of white people are such selfish, self-centered, selfishly individualistic garbage. And that's why we're in the state that we're in. That's where anti-whiteism comes from. Looking for tags. Cindy is in here. Good to see you. Hey, if you've got a disagreement with me, tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt. Make it respectable, and I'll read what you have to say. Apophis is here. Good to see you. Inquisitor is here. First Last is in the house. Yes, Stumbling got the line from Monty Python. That was perfect. Bella is here. Login Doss. Has any YouTube content creator ever mentioned you and given you credit? Well, next to zero. Next to zero. It's a good question. And the obvious reason, Academic Agent just did, we celebrated. But the obvious reason for that is that when you are a white resentment sphere content creator, and that's where your money, your aggrandizement, your sex partners, your pats on the head, where that all comes from, you can't show your audience the solution. None of these people in what I used to call the white sympathetic sphere, none of them want to end our victimization. Zero. Because if they did, they would be flabbergasted with all of the victories that we have. So it's fact. I likened it years back to cancer research institutes. And if one cancer research institute said we're curing cancer left and right, and all the other cancer institutes are like, don't say anything. Don't, in fact, tell people that they are all a cult over there at that cancer institute. You don't want to have anything. Their goal is obviously not the curing of cancer, right? So we can come to that conclusion about all these so-called pro-white, white nationalist garbage. None of them care about the white race, or they would be talking about all these victories for years and years. Problematic Biospirit is here. Sonia is here. Cool Papa says, I don't think we'd ever have to worry about whites lowering ourselves to the level of defending the scum in our midst. I guess I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like our spirit. Well said. I've been listening to a month and understand these concepts. Says Lambda, been listening here for a month, understands the concepts, but these people still don't understand them. They just don't want to use them because they're peddling in place. Once you have a solution, you have the chain is connected to the sprockets, and you can roll, you can rock and roll, you can begin going places. Let's hear what Mark Dice has to say, because you remember our friend here that I like, Mark Dice, our friend here has promoted a lot of blacks, a lot of black conservatives. In fact, he even says so in this video that is titled, The Problem with Black Conservatives no one on the right wants to talk about.
Careful with black conservatives, especially the diversity hires, the ones who the Republican Party and mainstream conservative media artificially boost into leadership positions because they're black in order to give the impression that they're extremely diverse and attempts to try to attract more black people. Because often,
so when he says that, give the impression that they are diverse. That means in our story that they are white erased. Give the impression that they are anti-white. They're getting rid of the white people, and in particular white males. They'll still bring in white females so they can get them on their backs, but they'll get rid of the white males, and the vast majority of white females will applaud that. And why is that? The why is important. So this is the 13-year-old tier of let's not think about this or can think about this anymore. And remember, that's who he's got to appeal to make his living. And I want him to make a living. I want him to be able to make his car payments and house payments and everything. But I'm just talking about the reality. We here are charged with fixing this problem. So we've got to say, why is it? What is it about the context? What is it about the context of the world we live in where the Republicans, conservative organizations, have to villainy signal that they are anti-white, that they're white erasing their staffs? It is the anti-white immoral imperative, which is the social morality of Western civilization. Go Free is designed and successfully undermines that anti-white immoral imperative.
and it turns out like the story of the scorpion and the frog. Like when the Republican Party voted Michael Steele to be the head of the RNC as soon as Barack Obama took over the presidency to try to signal that they too are diverse. See, we love black people too. And then he went on to become an MSNBC contributor and endorsed Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for president and does nothing other than trash Republicans every single day.
Okay, so this has been going on since generations, where they bring in non-white people to signal that they are anti-white, which is signaling what? That they are moral by the, as measured by the social morality of the day. That should be the cue that that's the thing we have to go after. Because if the social morality says that being anti-white is moral, then white ill-being is moral. Does that make sense? That means the society you live in is one in which white well-being is immoral. If white well-being is immoral, will abstractions that will benefit white people indirectly be able to come to fruition? No, because everyone will see that it's doing something immoral. That's how we go from 1950, started the conservative Buckley movement, to 2026, where we've almost lost all of our countries. Hey, and this happens again and again and again and again. How many times does it have to happen in your life before it finally clicks for you?
Colin Powell, who was hailed as the first black man to achieve the pinnacle of success in the U.S. military, becoming the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Also, as a side note, one of the orchestrators who perpetuated the WMD hoax in Iraq. But then, despite being a lifelong Republican black man, once Barack Obama came on the scene, he endorsed his fellow black man. It sent shockwaves throughout the political world because this wasn't like somebody...
All right, so when I see this happen, and unfortunately for Mark, the vast majority of his audience are mostly brain dead, 13-year-old maturity, intelligence, education people. So to get money out of them, he's got to give them what they drool for, right? But what I hear when the black guy supported the black guy is that's what white people need to do. Now, why then are white people not doing that? Why is it that this content creator, Mark Dice, doesn't promote white male content creators? Instead of complaining about the different non-white groups, like, well, the black guy supported the other black guy. Instead of doing that, do what they do.
Turning their back on Donald Trump, which a lot of the Never Trumpers did. Some of them did ultimately come around. But this was him deciding not to support John McCain, a fellow neocon, because he wanted a black man to be the president. The same with Congressman Byron Donalds from Florida, who's running to be the governor now that Ron DeSantis' terms are expired. And he says that the 1994 crime bill, which surprisingly was a good piece of legislation that the Democrats put forward under Bill Clinton's administration in order to try to stop the black crime in America, he says that was racist and had disastrous effects on black people because, well, the black criminals were getting arrested.
Under the 94 crime bill that was authored by Joe Biden, one of the worst pieces of crime legislation that's really impacted a lot of people in the black community.
You and I agree on the 94 crime bill.
You and I.
So he agrees with Sharpton. Sharpton agrees with him. This is your Republican. I told you, they're anti-white on the left. They're anti-white on the right.
Agree on the 94 crime bill. We got to allow our fellow black men to just roam the streets and keep committing their crimes. And sadly, the Carmelo Anthony verdict has caused another popular black conservative to turn to the dark side, no pun intended. Anthony Brian Logan, ABL, I gave a couple shout outs to many years ago to try.
So, where did ABL get his start? In part from Mark Dice promoting him. That's how, yet again, another black guy become millionaire off white people, off white cucks. So Dice gave several shout outs to this guy, just like some others. And there he's going on now. And he is a below average content creator. But what does he provide? White people. White people learn over the course of our lives that our opinions, our lives, our emotions, our victimization, that none of it matters. But white people conclude that if a non-white person agrees with them, that then their opinion or their victimization or their objection or their intention becomes just and legitimate, because they erroneously conclude that in the anti-white narrative, there is this hierarchy where non-whites are better and usually in a hierarchy there than white people. But the division is between white people and anti-whites. So what happens? These idiotic white conservatives, they say, well, my favorite content creator is ABL. And he thinks the same things I do, so it's legitimate. And then the anti-whites on the other side say, well, he is just a white supremacist. He is just an uncle and on and on. Because the actual narrative, the actual anti-white narratives, intent, directionality, and successes that are celebrated are always anti-white. It's not the actual machinery and the minutia of the storytelling within the anti-white narrative, which is what conservatives come to believe is the reason why having a black share their opinions makes them legitimate now. But there are going to be still white people that are going to show up and say, but go run with scissors. Go run as fast as you, especially if you haven't run in a while, with a pair of scissors in your hand.
Trying to give him a boost along with some other black YouTubers like Brandon Tatum. And it's always turned out to be a mistake.
That was the other one. Brandon Tatum was another one that he helped to put on the map. So, and he's saying it's always ended up being a mistake.
Him a boost along with some other black YouTubers like Brandon Tatum. And it's always turned out to be a mistake. Brandon Tatum basically works for Israel now, if you didn't know. It's always like the story of the scorpion and the frog. If you're not familiar with that allegory, there's a scorpion that asks the frog if he can give him a ride to the other side of a pond. And the frog says, well, scorpions sting frogs. Why would I do that? The scorpion says, well, but if I sting you, then, we'll both drown. And then the frog says, oh, okay. And then halfway across the pond, the scorpion stings the frog. The frog's like, what are you doing? Why did you do that? Now we're both going to drown. And the scorpion says, hey, I can't help it. It's in my nature. I'm a scorpion. Just like Anthony Brian Logan had his nature come out, I'll show you a little bit of sample of his analysis of the Carmelo Anthony verdict.
How's everybody doing? My name is...
Now, could you imagine listening to this every time he streams? He starts off every single time with this, hello, my name is... Every single fucking time. And then Dice is right here. He talks like he has fetal alcohol syndrome. But shit tons of white people, cucks, will show up for this.
Anthony Brian Logan, and today we got to talk about Carmelo Anthony being found guilty of murder in
Today we got to talk about the
2025 stabbing death of Austin Metcalf at a Texas track meet.
I gotta put it back to normal speed so you get the full effect of how awful it is.
And he's been sentenced to 35 years in the penitentiary. Now, this, in my humble opinion, is a gross miscarriage of justice.
That's right.
And yeah, there's his 1865 Black Power Juneteenth hat.
But he probably should have been sentenced to life in prison, or at least 50 or 60 years. But continue.
This is ridiculous. There have been other cases like this, similar to this, in that same ballpark that did not get anywhere near this amount of years. And in many cases, the case was beat completely.
That's because of the pervasive black privilege in society where so many people are afraid now to.
No, it's the pervasive anti-whiteism. And we enjoy, Dice, when you use the concepts that liberate and benefit our people.
Hold black people accountable for the crimes that they commit. And
could you imagine going into your classroom, going into your workspace and talking about the pervasive black privilege? You're going to be laughed out of the room. Then you'll be, if it's school, then you'll be thrown out of the school. And you'll do no good for white people whatsoever, including your white ass. Black, then is it also Jewish? Can we just center every other motherfucker? Dice, Mark, can we just center everybody else? Center the blacks as black privilege. Center the Jews as Jewish privilege. Center the Hispanics as Hispanic privilege. Center the Arabs as the Arab privilege. Center the Indians, it's the Hindu privilege and it's the Sikh privilege. And how many different tribes do we have to learn now? How many other people can we? It's the Muslim privilege. Can never talk about us.
This one was especially egregious because it was on school grounds at a track meet.
There was no jail time at all. But before I get to that, let's back up a little bit here to
But before I get to that, let's back up a little bit here before we
recap. How did we get here today?
Okay, I'm going to try to look past the fact that he sounds like he has fetal alcohol syndrome. Okay, but that might actually be why he's having such a difficult time processing the logic of this case.
He's asked 15 times or so to get up and leave. Carmelo refuses. Now,
so he's asked 15 times to leave. And he refuses to leave under another team's tent. That's like sitting on another team's bench at the baseball game or at the football game. So this is, he is anti-white, flexing on the white students. That's what he's doing. But he's black and he could be ABL's son. And yes, Celine's right. I almost certainly lives in a white neighborhood and has a bunch of single white ladies that he's friends with.
Now, I think here is when there's some cultural disconnect that is happening.
Because black people don't follow instructions? We know.
No, the cultural disconnect is that we have our norms, and our norms have been white erased and are being white erased, and we're going to enforce those norms. ABL. We have our norms. So if we tell you to get out from underneath the tent, you're going to get your black ass out from underneath that fucking tent. Even if there aren't any black kids on our team. And there were in the case of Austin Metcalf. But that's what's going to happen. Cultural disconnect. No, you don't get to have a culture at odds with our sensibilities. ABL. Do you can understand that? Welcome to America, where the white man has had enough. You will learn. We have had enough. Fuck you and your cultural disconnect. This is the exact same thing that white pig, anti-white, white female pig said. Black boys have boundaries. Well, those boundaries are now called prison bars.
Carmelo apparently reaches into his bag and says, touch me and see what happens.
Yeah, that's called premeditated murder, getting ready to stab, getting ready to pull out his knife.
See that as a provocation, like he was daring him to put his hands on him. That's not what I got from that. What I got from that is, I'm warning you to not touch me. But of course, what does he do? He pushes them, shoves them, touches them.
Okay, so this is the reality, what I said earlier. According to this anti-white pig, become millionaire off of conservative white losers like Jeff Metcalf. Become a millionaire off of that. If a black person tells you something, orders you something, not to do something, if a black person does that, then it's legitimate for them to kill you. That's his position. That's his real position. Yeah, I would say that's a cultural difference. You should practice that in Africa. You could be proud about 1865 in Africa. And I told you, for a couple of years, every now and again, I would show up at different conservative content creators' streams. And he was one of them. I would show up. And I was always very polite and respectable to him in the audience. And some of the audience started liking me, which was a good thing. I wanted my white brothers and sisters, all these white people in this black guy's audience. But then this black guy started banning words like anti-white and anti-whiteism in his live chat so that I couldn't write that anymore. He didn't want our race centered. No, he just wants the black race centered. So that makes him anti-white. And I really hate this era more than you can appreciate. That you can be an absolute POS, and because of the anti-white context that we're in, you could become a millionaire. We got another thing that Tree Godfather shared with me that I could barely talk about. I could barely even think about. And so here you have this anti-white playing, and I have no doubt that he likes some of the conservative positions. He likes to have the right to self-defense. He likes to have his freedom of speech, which isn't abridged like mine. He's promoted, he's endorsed. You know, the only reason this guy isn't a regular and being paid on Fox or some of these other channels is because of the way he talks, like with that fetal alcohol syndrome. The exact same, starting the sentences with the every time. It's too annoying. They can get blacks who don't do that, who play conservative. But you see, they mingle all their conservatism with their anti-whiteism. And that ain't I'm not taking that on board. That's not my America. My America is not MLK. Fuck him. My America is not freeing the blacks. Don't give a shit. My America is not Juneteenth. That's not my conservative America. You can shove it up your black ass. I am not. This is what the white conservative garbage out there who has been pushing this on the rest of the white race. We have to disavow everything that is ours, all of our creations, everything we care about, everything we've ever done, everything we continue to perpetuate. We have to disavow it and say it belongs to the world. It belongs to the non-white world. But then we have to embrace as the sole property of these other races, all of these achievements, all of their celebrations, all of their norms, and it's all of that is pushed on us by white people. So yeah, according to ABL, if a black person tells you, don't do X, and you do X, then the murder is justified.
Gives him another warning. He does it again. He hits him one time with a 3.5-inch pocket knife. That's what it was. Oh, he had a big...
And you know how we did this to downplay? Hits him one time with a pocket knife, and he does like this little thrusting motion. There's no way that this little thrusting motion shoved the sizable blade through bone. ABL, fuck you for that. Downplaying the murder of that white kid by that anti-white black monster. Sickens me. You absolutely sicken me.
Dagger had a sword. It was a 3.5-inch pocket knife. Hits him one time
And that's also called the straw manning. They said it was a sword. 3.5 inches through your sternum is going to reach your heart. Hits him one time. Like he was just trying to back him off.
Oh, he only stabbed him once in the chest. And it wasn't a sword. It was just a 3-inch pocket knife, which is the standard length of a pocket knife, which is considered a deadly weapon.
Now, if you ask me, that's self-defense. I'm telling you, don't touch me.
Self-defense. You could go anywhere else in this enormous stadium. You could go anywhere else. Self-defense. They weren't chasing him. He wasn't surrendering and please, no, I'm leaving. None of that was happening. Self-defense. You're a piece of shit, ABL. You are an absolute piece of shit. I hope you watch this. But why would you? You probably have a white woman to entertain, don't you?
You and your friends are surrounding me. I'm in fear that I'm going to be seriously injured or I might die.
Okay.
Yeah, I might die. Yeah, from the guy who said, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet. Get out of here.
This is not in a dark alley somewhere at 2 o'clock in the morning. This is on school grounds at a track meet. Okay. You're not fearing for your life because somebody gives you a shove. It's not like you gave him just a dramatic shove and he fell to the ground. It's a nonverbal gesture, meaning get out of here, go away, like swatting a mosquito.
So I'm telling you, don't do it. You're doing it anyway. I tell you again, you're doing it anyway. You get hit one time and you die. That's not murder. That's not 35 years in prison. That's self-defense.
Okay. There's a very common law when it comes to self-defense, and it's called proportional force, where you can only use reasonable and proportional force in response to a perceived threat. And so getting gently shoved as a nonverbal gesture to go away does not equal pulling out a knife and stabbing someone, you moron.
But the jury thought differently, and they said, okay, you're guilty, 35 years. And by the way, I've never seen a court case wrap up so quickly. I mean,
it's because there was overwhelming evidence of guilt. Okay, when a jury comes back with a verdict in just a few hours, it means that there was no deliberation that needed to be done. It means that they all saw the same thing. They all saw eye to eye, and it was just about filling out the proper paperwork and then submitting the guilty verdict. You idiot. Listen, my black fatigue is just off the charts. Okay, I don't have the patience.
My anti-white fatigue is off the charts.
To explain this to you. By the way, you can see how much he's wrapped up in his black identity because he's wearing his 1865 hat, which is a reference to the end of the Civil War and ratifying the 13th Amendment, officially ending slavery. So he's not just a conservative, he's a black conservative. Like so many before will put their race above principles.
Yeah. Well, I put white well-being above all of our other principles. I don't get rid of any of those principles, but that's the thing we have to do if we're going to end anti-whiteism. We have to put the well-being of our people above everything else. We don't sacrifice our spirit and flesh on the altar of our ideas. That would be complete insanity. That's what the conservative movement has been doing all along. And asking all of the other races, lecturing all of the other races to do, and nobody's that dumb but white people. Me ladies says ABL is a pro-black anti-white without question. Yes.
So blind, he sees things still through a racial prism that is so warped.
So do I.
Might as well be living back in the 1850s. Remember how low Donald Trump had to sink during the 2024 election in hopes of appealing to black voters? Appearing on stage in the Bronx with a couple of dirtbag rappers, both of which...
Yeah, not to mention the platinum plan and everything else that he had to get out there. Why? Because of why? Why do you think it was? Does anybody want to answer? Does anybody have it right? Why did Trump... Was it the black vote? Do you really think he needed the and how many of the 6% of black males in the country can actually vote? I don't think you can vote while you're in prison. So who was it for? Yes, the same white losers that are in the audience of ABL and making him a millionaire. He had to convince them that, hey, you should vote for me because blacks are the best. I'll do anything for them. Biospit of the West says, I rue the day the majority of judges think like this anti-white POS. Our laws will not save us from anti-white. Yes, you're 100% right. Our laws will not, they have not saved us from anti-whiteism. Look at where we are today. Oh, none of the complete remake of the United States or Ireland or Sweden, any of that was legal. None of it. Our laws haven't saved us. And West is right. You'll be having people who, just like ABL, thinking like this. It would just self-defend. It's a cultural issue. Black people have boundaries. You got to learn to respect. You got to learn to respect the boundaries. Yeah, and I mentioned, you want to make sure you watch our spaces that we have, our different Shade Street spaces, because we share and talk about a bunch of things that we don't get to here. And I shared the other day while I was out, as I'm sure as a consequence of Carmelo going to prison, there was a 17, 18, 19-year-old black kid, young male. I'm not going to call him man. Everybody calling him man. I call that. In fact, we got something we're going to look at, or we did. I got it somewhere. And where the guy talking about the victimization there referred to the white male as a guy, like I always say, and then the black guy as a man, like I tell you they always do in the anti-white narrative. But this little bitch, anti-white bitch, went out of his way to get my attention and lock eyes with me. He obviously thought he was going to stare down a white guy in his rage over what had happened to Carmelo Anthony. But he didn't realize whose eyes he got the attention of. And I mentioned, like, on the space, I normally am not, I'm not looking at somebody like some hideous mother like this. I mean, if somebody's beautiful, I'll look at him. This guy went out of his way to get my attention. So I changed the direction I was walking. I locked eyes with him and I didn't flinch. I didn't move. I kept looking right at him, walked right at him. And all the fight left his face. And then I yelled out, "You anti-white?" And then he gave this dismissive, he broke eye contact and said, "I ain't anti-white." Started walking away. So you can be white positive, champion for our people. You're not listening. You don't give a shit about these other groups. You're not centering any of them. You're standing up for ourselves and arresting our victimization. Or you can continue with these cucks who are looking to the prospective people that they'll potentially vote for, and they're saying, do they honor blacks enough?
Had been indicted for conspiring to murder one of their rivals. Okay. And this isn't a criticism of President Trump. This is how the game is played. This is how dirty politics is, how disgusting the political system is, and the low things that somebody has to do in hopes of winning. But I'm done dealing with black conservatives in politics and in the media, because every single time at some point in their career, they will put their race above principles.
Oh my gosh. Mark Dice, who has been promoting non-white conservatives, and in particular black conservatives, for including ABL, including this Tatum here, promoting them and giving them their boost that got them started so all the white cucks could come in, and Tatum is a millionaire. ABL is a millionaire because of it. He says he's done with it. Mark Dice says he's done with it. But wait, what's this?
Now, to be clear, there's a big difference between black conservatives and black cultural critics, people like Andre Williams and Carmen Jacy, who are critics of the black community first, who happen to be conservatives. They're not pretending to be these black conservatives. They're black people who are cultural critics of the black community. Andre Williams, so hardcore, drops the N-word hard R to differentiate himself and normal black people from the bad apples in the bunch. He's been banned from TikTok like a half a dozen times after building channels up to hundreds of thousands of.
This is the exact same video as this.
Difference between black conservatives and black cultural critics, people like Andre Williams and Carmen JC, who.
Now, when I heard him mention and promote Andre Williams and Carmen JC, I thought, he's promoted them a bunch of other times when they were much smaller in their audience size. But there was another one too, I remember, that he's promoted a lot he's promoted. And several times, I guess I term that as a lot when it comes to promoting other content creators. And I wondered who that was. And then I thought, let me just go find the video, because there's Andre and this Lacey where he promoted all three.
And Andre Williams making that distinction in the modern age, dropping some hard R's over on YouTube and on his Twitter account, and Ray Valentina, Carmen JC, the kinds of people who really should be speaking at Turning Point USA events, dropping hard R's while denouncing N-word people. But we all know that mainstream conservatism is so soft that it's only a matter of time before these people start making too big of waves that the conservative establishment starts calling them racist.
So that was 4 months ago. So then Ray Valentina, I remember when he promoted her by herself, and then discovered that YouTube took down that video. But Mark Dice has a BitChute as well, where you can hear this black female being promoted and what kind of content creator she is.
Build up a legal war chest for what very well may be, unfortunately, a bogus indictment from local prosecutor for him doing his job. And while seemingly everybody in the country has an opinion on this case, I would say the best analysis by far comes from this young woman, Ray Valentina, who posted this video over on her Twitter account, which I'm going to have to bleep out because otherwise YouTube will probably take it down. And yes, she is using the word that rhymes with bigger, with the hard R.
Renee Nicole Good died being a lover. She died because she wanted to protect who would not piss on her if she was on fire.
Okay, so it just gets worse and worse. It just gets worse and worse. This is one of the people that he is. Now, why am I sharing this? Why am I sharing this? Because all of this is rated, calibrated, concluded by your average white conservative male content creator to be superior to White Wellbeing and other white male content creators. These other ones have, these blacks here, these three, have been promoted not just by Mark Dice, but other white conservative content creators. This is the kind of thing that they push. They won't help out other white guys. Our problem is us. Our problem is our race. Our problem is us. You can't center these other people. You can't complain about them. There's nothing they're doing that can't be fixed by us fixing ourselves. There's no threat or danger to our civilization, to our countries, that can't be fixed very easily by us fixing ourselves. But we're not going anywhere. We're not fixing squat. It's if we don't come together and become a people. And things could be happening a lot faster. I appreciate deeply Mark Dice using some of the lexicon, but when he doesn't mention us ever, and he never will, doesn't promote us ever like he has these people, it makes the climb and the fight 1,000 times harder. Maybe more. Maybe more. He actually says here, let's see. We don't need to hear more because she's foul.
It doesn't matter. Give them everything they want. Let them scam.
Well, he goes on to say that go over to her channel. Everyone go over, he says. Everyone go over to her channel and promote her and tell her that Mark Dice sent you. And that's how I ended up finding this video, is because of her Twitter account, where a ton of Mark Dice followers went over and commented on her Twitter saying, "We're following you because Mark Dice told us to." Here she is in an interview with a white female content creator where she doesn't have all of her makeup and filters on. She looks a little different. And you get a better idea of her IQ.
But I think you're so funny, and your takes are so kind of just refreshingly honest. So
oh, your black takes are refreshingly honest. This is such a voice. Do you think this Chrissy or whatever her name is, do you think she would ever talk with us? No. Conservative bitch. There were females in the white resentment sphere that all the way back 2017, 2018, they started rising to popularity, and they didn't want anything to do with a white male content creator that was masculine. They would have on the dopey, doughy, estrogen leaking white males, but the masculine, they wanted nothing to do with. So this is your typical conservative here.
I just want to know a little bit about you. Like, how did you come to be an independent journalist? How did you come to be on Twitter? And like, have you always had these kinds of takes, or?
It all started, I'm going to go back to when I was in middle school.
All right, so her story goes all the way back to middle school like mine. I bet you it is every bit as interesting and transformative and served as the seminal moment for the creation of concepts that liberate the white race or Western kind or America or the West. Bet you it is. Let's hear what she has to say.
Wow, so this is like how I became like how I am. I feel like I've always been this way, but like, so I'm in middle school and I was so in love with Japanese culture. I can show you my room. I would, but I'm on the computer right now.
Anime and stuff?
Yeah, anime. I have a whole shelf dedicated to anime. So I was in the Japanese culture and I always respected their culture. I, researched it a lot, and I'm like, and it just got to a point where I looked at my culture because I'm Black American. I was born here. And I'm like, why don't Black people act like Japanese people? Because Japanese people are quiet. They're nice.
So thought-provoking and intelligent.
They know what they're doing. You get what I'm saying? They have their shit.
You get me? You feel me? You get what I'm saying? I always been like this. I did loads of research. Really? Can you tell us anything about no, I just read it a lot. Got a whole shelf dedicated to it. 777 says, this father is so childish and feminine. Such a doughy excuse for a Westman. Yeah, talking about Jeff. Because the social morality is anti-white. Lambda. Yeah, you're right, brother. Jason, the problem is unsolvable to non-Jasons. Writes first, last. Thank you, man. Notice how absolutely no blacks are saying, but he was unarmed. Yes, that's right. Millennium Run. Yes. Yep, that only works for the anti-white narrative against white people. Any other group. Your black accent is scary good, says first last. Triple Seven says the majority of judges already think like ABL. Unfortunately, you're right. And that number is climbing. So they will all end up in front of one of those judges or somebody we care about. Same is true for the lawyers. Screen leapt on me here. So this is the genius that had her account go all the way up to almost 100,000 followers. Can you taste the bitter that I'm slinging here? Let's see. Who else? The number one is here. Hello and welcome. Lambda says, what do you think of Dan Bongino? He's a clown. He's an absolute clown. He was there. He didn't even survive an entire year at the FBI. And he was a big, tough talker before going in. And then once he went in, he was an absolute abject wreck of a coward. Now he's back out building his channel again, and he's got all the cutting edge things to show. I wouldn't believe shit he had to say. Nothing. Let's see about any tags over here. Who else is here? Is that created for your lies? Hello and welcome. Bone Secure is here. Good to see you, brother. Is that Pirate Bob? Is that soy? Probably soy lint. Hello and welcome. Spartan is in the house. I'm not seeing any tags. So we'll just continue with another moment of this garbage.
Together.
I can't think of, like, stereotypically speaking, two groups of people that are more opposite.
Yeah. So that's how it came.
By the way, this genius here on the left has 100,000 followers on YouTube. And she probably got it in the blink of an eye.
About. I was like, how come my people don't act like them? And I was like, man.
That's some real intelligence at work. You could feel the energy coming out of her skull. I was like, man. Tell him Mark Dice sent you. Chattistan, diplomat for Western Kindness here. Good to see you, brother.
And I'm radicalized now. And then there's just so many steps to me being radicalized.
It's just so many. I can't cite them.
Like because I used to go to a charter school. And
what is a charter school? It's just
just a fancy school? Yeah, it's not
it's when white people give money to non-white people so that they can take the money that we gave to them to give to some private school that isn't better than public school, but it's to get them out of the regular public school environments. Enough of this garbage. So now you see, chugging along here for year after year after year. And like I said, I appreciate Mark Dice. And every time he uses the lexicon, I love it. But you could see manifest the problem of the white race right through him in this example right here. I mean, he's done with promoting black conservatives. And in the exact same video, he promotes black conservatives. He tries to say, well, they're a little different because they say enter with a hard R. So once again, turning to non-white people to find the permission, the liberty to object to our mistreatment. I don't need a black person to use. I mean, those people who are using this KC or JC or whatever his name is and the other guy, all they are is taboo grifters. They're no different than Anthony Brian Logan. No different. They are willing to use foul language and be negative about black people. So what? Big deal. So I found a black person that is willing to say something ugly about black. Yay. Yay. Now what? That doesn't change anything. Your position isn't legitimate. You cannot go to work and say, well, the damn enters, and it's okay because Carmen, whatever, she's black and she says it. Sick of it. Sick of it. Lambda says he was at a charter school just as bad as the public school. Exactly. Well, we are going to take a brief, very brief break, but we're going to come right back we have to talk about the house I live in. Anti-white propaganda, specifically a 10-minute long movie that was created by anti-whites that ran in movie theaters across the country prior to feature-length films and was then subsequently aired in tens of thousands of schools across the country. The house I live in. And it was pure anti-whiteism. Now ask yourself, 1945, were your parents even born yet? Or if they were born, were they children? Were they still quite young? Was 1945, were your grandparents in their prime? You got to think about this. All of these people who think the anti-whiteism, it just got bad in 2020. It got bad in 2010. No, that's just when you started noticing how bad it is. The anti-whiteism and where it goes back and all of that is totally irrelevant for the cure to it. You need to use the lexical and dialectical legerdemain of the Go Free dialogic. It works for everybody. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about that. It might end up being our lesson of the day, and then we'll just move the other one back to next week. But we're going to come back. It's very instructive to go over, and we'll do that right after this very short break.
Loving your people is like coming home. No one knows you like family. Until you do, you'll be alone. Loving your people is just letting go of all the lies and the self-hate that you've ever been sold. Love ain't no streets, populous. Love ain't no streets, populous. Brother, you're welcome, brother of mine. The bonds of blood between us transcend space and time. Just love your people and become whole. Find your role eternal as part of the folk soul. Love ain't no streets, populous. 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 Loving your people is like coming home. No one knows you like family. Until you do, you'll be alone. Loving your people is just letting go of all the lies and the self-hate that you've ever been sold. Love ain't no streets,
lightning has struck. And this community is a self-moving machine that can never be stopped now. Never be stopped. It's fulfilled. The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
Black in the mouth. When you say my name, your feet on feel like it's all a game. I wear my scars like a chain of fire. Every wound you made just built me higher. And I know the shape of coming storm. I heard your steps in the walls and the floor. You can circle slow, you can click pretend. I don't break easy, I just bend. Nemesis, take your shot. Nemesis, I'm not lost. Nemesis, feel me right.
Let's celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate. It's swashbuckling. We're going to take a look at some of our victories that we've had over the past week, and then we're going to be getting back into the news, your comments, questions, and your concerns. And we'll be talking about the house I live in. Anti-white film inflicted on the United States and promulgated outside of the United States as well. The house I live in, and they were using Frank Sinatra to push anti-whiteism at that time. Let's get big raucous emojis, quadruple sevens to all of our champions in service to white well-being. We'll get this up on the screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. Thus spoke Zarathustra, and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Of course, written by Friedrich Nietzsche. We are dancing, and they don't understand it if they are not going free. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. We've got this coming up. Go free practice to go free praxis. We've got this coming up. Give it up for the Cool Papa J Magic quadruple 07s to this hero. Cool Papa J Magic 265. Empowered. He writes, anti-white violence is never random. It's never for no reason. It's driven by jealousy and hatred of white people. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic, a general if there ever was one. And this in the audience of Mark Dies, who we love when he uses the lexicon. Let's keep it going. Keep it going in love for Cool Papa J Magic. Here he is. 600 people empowered in the audience of Matt Walsh. Anti-white violence is never, quote, random. It's never for no reason. It's driven by anti-whiteism. 604 people empowered by this champion on this post by itself. Already starting the week strong. Here we have, this is Old Rack. The biggest cultural problem in the West is anti-whiteism. Almost 3,000 people empowered in the audience of Matt Walsh. Give it up for Old Rack, ladies and gentlemen. Quadruple 07s for the swashbuckling general. Back with a Cool Papa J Magic. Two of them, it looks like. The first one, 320 empowered. And in the second one, 300 empowered in the audience of Matt Walsh. My God, you'll have to read these on your own time. Give it up for the Cool, the Papa, the J, the Magic. Nothing but victories. We're starting strong, ladies and gentlemen. Cool Papa J Magic back again, this time in the audience again of Matt Walsh. Nearly 600 more empowered, exposed to the Go Free practice. That's because these are activists for anti-whiteism, not for black people. Brilliantly written. You wonder why all these people that show up and they're like, no, Matt Walsh said it. I heard him first. No, it was Cool Papa J Magic, you pussy loser, who put it in his mouth. Cool Papa J Magic back again on Matt Walsh. This time, almost 200 empowered by the exposure to Go Free. Dialectics, those are the arguments, and lexicon, those are the concepts. Give it up for this swashbuckling commander. Nothing but raucous emojis, please. Raucous emojis. Let's keep it going. This was found in the wild, which means it's praxis of the Go Free practice. When it's found in the wild, ladies and gentlemen, this is found by Dandy Westman on Facebook. One of our memes, the Go Free practice, what we do to the Go Free praxis, seeing it out in the wilderness. Let's give it up for Dandy and the individual posting it in the wild. We've got this coming up as well. We got Dice coming up using the concepts. We've got this coming up. Anti-whites using the concepts. And we did what you're seeing right there on the screen by swashing on Donald Trump Jr., ladies and gentlemen. So let's give it up to for West and Franklin and everybody helping them bring the victories together. This fraction of the victories that we bring together every single week in service to White Wellbeing, to give the receipts for the work that we do of the Go Free practice, promulgating these concepts and arguments, and then demonstrating that they come back to us in the Go Free praxis, their use in the wild and promulgation, feeding itself there, a feedback loop. Let's give it up for Franklin, Tree Godfather, Biospirit of the West, Justin, and who else was it that was swashing rather on Donald Trump Jr.'s podcast this week. The exact way you see that we got Donald Trump to say that there, we did that into conversation, and we did it by way of Donald Trump Jr. Let's give it up also, Quadruple 07's raucous emojis for Anglo-Saxon NWG and the Tree Godfather, who both made clips this week. Anglo-Saxon and WG at least making 2, maybe 3 big salutes to these heroes so that we can break it down for everybody who says, the streams are too long. I have the attention span of a goldfish, and I need a clip, and that's all I can handle. So give it up for these guys. Big salutes. Let's give it up for Smash, Antiwhiteism, and Shannon Oliver making their first songs these past couple of weeks. Big salutes to these guys and their first musical contributions to the work that we do in service to White Wellbeing. If you missed the gum tree last night, that is our shade tree in Australia, which is barren and lucky. If you missed it last night, it starts at Saturday night, 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You really missed out. It was fun. It was educational. They were talking about using Go Free and finding a mate and in dating, and both of these champions are knocking it out of the park and understanding the world with Go Free. Truly amazing. So you can find them at that time on the East Coast and day. And in Australia, it is Eastern Australia time, 1:30 p.m. on Sundays. You don't want to miss it. Let's give it up for these two heroes coming in their second show. Absolutely glorious. I loved every second of it. Let's give it up for Diplomat of Western Kind. Diplomat for Western Kind had IRL victories. He's with us, ladies and gentlemen. He had several in real life victories this week. I was totally proud. A true heroic champion in service to White Wellbeing, a direct friend, a friend in the military. He swashed on bringing them around to a white positive, a white centered, and empowering them with this lexicon so that they could take charge of their lives and go on to greater things in life. And also a brother, a white brother, down and out in the wild, selling things like candy bars to trying to get by. And the great Diplomat for Western Kind embraced this gentleman and told him about anti-whiteism, told him about how it's keeping him down, told him about how it ruined his marriage. Let's give it up. This is the real love of white positivity and Go Free, and how it affects change for our brothers and sisters, not in the abstract, but in the actual lives that they live. God bless Diplomat for Western Kind, ladies and gentlemen. Truly amazing. I get everybody on your feet. Raucous emojis. I want the roof blown off this house. $2,000 donated to the Foundation for White Wellbeing, ladies and gentlemen. $2,000 donated to the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. Let's hear it for this champion who donated $2,000 to the white man's ADL just this past week. Big quadruple 07s, crowns and gems, $2,000. I know it's nothing compared to ADL, SPLC, and all of that, but it's everything for us, ladies and gentlemen. Show this donator, show this contributor big love, $2,000, and let's keep it going into our victories on X. Anglo-Saxon NWG 600 exposed to the lexicon this week with this one tweet. And this is his original tweet. It's not even in response. Give it up to Anglo-Saxon NWG. Let's keep it rocking along here. Jack Posobiec. And you can see Anglo-Saxon. Why is Jack Posobiec now using the lexicon and dialect? Because of Anglo-Saxon NWG and the rest of the house of Swash, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Posobiec, 55,000 people this week saw this. It's not complicated. They are anti-whites. He's even using it without the hyphen. Show Jack Posobiec some love, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get racking it up right now. President-elect Rochelle coming in, working on 1,000 empowered souls, empowered by President-elect Rochelle Merle. Beautiful meme usage, beautiful verbiage. In the audience of Steve right here with over 500,000 followers. Give it up for this swashbuckling lady champion, Rochelle. Let's keep it going. Shannon Oliver. Oh, my goodness. 112,000 people this week from this one post in the audience of End Wokeness. Let's give it up for the great Shannon Oliver. 112,000 exposed to the ideology, the practice that liberates our people. Let's keep it going. What a great thing here. Zach right here, 150,000. Zach in the audience of Sam. We have Zach, the praxis, ladies and gentlemen. The Go Free practice become the Go Free praxis. Here he is talking about anti-white. He says the rhetoric against the, quote, establishment by the left wing is almost always anti-white. That is our dialectic, ladies and gentlemen. We are doing this. And who do you have right underneath of there? Diplomat for Winston kind. This is how and why it's happening. This is why we show the receipts, ladies and gentlemen, because as this spreads, we demonstrate from year after year after year for a decade online that we are the engine making it happen. Let's give it up for the practice made praxis in the mouth of Zach, and then Diplomat for Western Kind rolling in there. The Blue Flame, ladies and gentlemen, working on 30,000 souls saved from an original post of his own. Give it up for the swashbuckling commander, the Blue Flame. 30,000 people exposed to the Go Free dialogic. God, well done, brother. Tree Godfather coming in, working on 9,000 more people this week with this one post in the audience of Kevin Burr. Give it up for the Tree Godfather, liberating another 9,000 this week. Keep it going for Jack Posobiec back again. This one, as the audience takes a breath, I believe 15,000 views, 15,000 people exposed. Enough is enough. It is time for a response to the anti-whites. It's time for a response to the anti-white violence, he adds. Let's show Jack Posobiec some epic love from the house of Swash. This is how it changed. Joshua had a hell of a week this week, ladies and gentlemen. Joshua, he's in the wild. He has taken up quite a little bit of the lexicon from our swashing on this guy. Look at, you have Biospirit of the West right down there. Constant influence. He writes, the majority of anti-whites are white. Oh my God, he's right. Over 1,000 people liberated with the lexicon, the dialectic, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have Matt Walsh. And I don't know if this is the one with the audio. Let's see if this is the one with the audio.
And we're done with the whole thing. We're done with the whole experiment. It's not worth it. That guy's life is not worth the cost.
You know what it actually might be? It might be the title, Anti-White Violence. I think that's what it is.
At all. But as it happens, we don't have just this one incident.
Anti-white in the title here. And then we have him back again. And Olrak is the top comment. Olrak's comment says the biggest cultural problem in the West is anti-whiteism. Working on 3,000 likes. 3,000 likes. Give it up for Olrak. 110 replies that he engendered. Totally epic work by the House of Swash. General Olrak rolling in there, making it happen. Show the love, ladies and gentlemen. The numbers are climbing. Keep it going. In the audience, we have a highlighted comment. This one, the highlighted comment, is our very own For White Wellbeing, highlighted by the hosts of this show, the 5 or so hosts of this show. And he's saying, thanks, brother. Yes, we can. We can talk about it being anti-whiteism. He says, quote, it's not two-tier justice in the West. It's anti-whiteism. And the audience and the show's hosts say, give that a highlighted comment. Let's show some love for White Wellbeing of the House of Swash. Let's keep it going, ladies. Justin McDaniel working on 15,000 with this beautiful meme and verbiage here in the audience of Basil the Great. Give it up for the General McDaniel of the House of Swash. Give it up for a Lady of Shall Not. 5,000. Working on 200 more. 5,200 introduced to the lexical and dialectical power of Go Free in the audience of Daily Mail. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. I think this one is something that the content creator actually says. So let's listen and see.
System worked against them for once. So yeah, my final thoughts on this, to close this video off, I would say the time for being polite is over. The time for apologizing for your own existence is also over. We are dealing with an ideology and an infrastructure that wants you erased, and they will use every dark money network and every media corporation and every corrupt academic institution to make it happen. So white people, you need to stand up, reclaim your dignity, and reject the guilt that they are trying to force feed you, and stop letting these psychopathic people, no, it's not black people, the psychopaths who are in charge of this, when we look at the bigger picture, like I just explained.
So you can see from, this is the praxis. We're pushing white erasure. He talks about white people. He talks about us being erased. This is the Go Free practice to the Go Free praxis in the wild. Give it up for Jimmy Talks, who's trying to play a video game. Here we have another one. Let's hear what they say here.
He says he begs for harmony. He pleads with the public. Please don't make this about race. It's like, are you out of your mind? The other side is making it exclusively about race. They are screaming anti-white hatred outside the courthouse and raising $500,000.
So there you have Jimmy Talks again, a gaming channel. This is our work feeding back on itself. Let's hear it again for Jimmy Talks, ladies and gentlemen. Ramsey Paul had something to say here. Let's see what it is.
Different job qualifications, but all in the same line, same everything. And I've gotten 3 emails in 24 hours. Figure that out.
Yeah. The corporations still are very anti-white.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Especially corporations that turn to Indian.
So let's celebrate Ramsey Paul for the use of the lexicon there. That academic agent says he's old enough to remember when the no white guilt guy was pushing that everybody needs to use anti-white, and it was controversial. Show academic agents some love as well. Let's keep this going. Jack Posobiec back again. 40 more thousand. Show the love for Jack Posobiec, exposed to the lexical dialectical power of Go Free. Give it up for Oliver. Shannon Oliver, 12,000+ more. This guy puts up just this week with this post in audience of Matt Walsh. Shannon Oliver knocking it out of the park like never before. Let's keep it going. Intellectual embargo, even getting in on the game. Over 1,000 people exposed to the lexicon by intellectual embargo. Show the man some love. Good to see you, brother. Kana is here. Working on 1,000 souls saved by the great Connor in audience of Fianna Fáil. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the great Connor. Swashbuckling commander. Keep it going for Shannon Oliver. Back again just this week. 77,000 more souls exposed to the lexicon and the source that empowers them. Give it up. Wow, Shannon Oliver. This is an audience of end wokeness. My God. Justin McDaniel, 4,239 more in the audience of Basil the Great. Give it up for the General McDaniel. Give it up for Ye Old European. 1,200 more empowered in the audience of Anglo Restoration. Keep it going for the Tree Godfather. Back again. 1,400 more in the audience of White Girl are empowered by the Tree Godfather. Celebrate the Tree Godfather. Matt Walsh again. This must be where he says something.
Lynched recently at the time this happened, but they didn't remain peaceful for very long. The black militia brought their weapons and opened fire. They killed several white people, and then the white people got their guns and retaliated against the people who had attacked them. Now, there's a reason that all of this context is stripped out of the official narrative. It completely undercuts everything they're saying. They know that if the narrative was, well, black people opened fire for no reason, but then the white people overreacted in response, well, then the whole event would lose much of the anti-white narrative power that it currently has.
There it is, ladies and
this
gentlemen.
is the trend. You
give it up for Matt Walsh and all of our solo activists and House of Swash activists who are swashing every single day, every single week, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you thought we were done. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. 2,140 souls exposed to go free in the audience of I expose racists and pedos. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. Give it up for the Biospirit of the West again. 2,133 more to the OG leader in the audience of Harry Excels. Give it up for the Biospirit of the West. Biospirit of the West back again. 2,200 and climbing that he empowers in the audience of John Crow. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Posobiec back again. 90,000 more this week. Anti-white violence, he writes there. Biospirit of the West, swashing on Jack Posobiec. We are the reason. Biospirit of the West is the reason that you see these changes. Biospirit of the West back again. 1,000 climbing souls saved in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Let's keep it going. This is a Norwegian political party, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the totality of our brothers operating in Scandinavia. There you can see right now, there's the great Olav. It says nowhiteguild.org. Look at this. I need that meme. I don't have this meme. Olav. And what is this political party saying? Oh, you read that right. Anti-white. That is the changes we're making in every language of the white race around planet Earth. Let's give it up for all of our Scandinavian brothers and sisters swashing like epic commanders and generals. Nothing but raucous emojis for these folks. Shannon Oliver back again. 15,000 and climbing. He is blowing up the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. It's like the movie The Natural, where the lights are blowing up. This in the audience of Daniel Kincannon. Give it up for Shannon Oliver. Show the man some love. Keep it going for Joshua. Back again, writing anti-white. Simply, I love it beautifully. 24,000 and climbing. Here he is boosting Jack Posobiec. Talking about anti-whites. Jack Posobiec, again, 100,000. 100,000 people exposed to the dialectic, pushed vigorously by this community. White children deserve a future. Biospirit of the West, they're swashing and making sure Jack is on the right track. Give it up for Jack Posobiec. Cindy Ben in the house, swashing. I tell you, we can't be stopped. We are everywhere. Swashing on Jack Posobiec so that he stays the course. I believe white people have a right to exist. 50,000 more people. White positive. He's focused on us. Joshua. Here you have Gunther that he's promoting. And Joshua writes again, anti-whites, 1,500 more people exposed. Ancestral Wolf is there, guiding Joshua, doing a magnificent job so that he stays focused on the white race. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen, coming in 4,000 and climbing souls exposed and saved. Manumitted in the audience of Spencer Pratt. Boy, wouldn't that be something? Let's get Spencer Pratt on board. Justin McDaniel, ladies and gentlemen, he is not new to the scoreboard. 3,500 and climbing, exposed to the lexical dialectical power of Go Free in the audience of Rupert Lowe, MP. So as he starts using the lexical dialectical power of our practice, you'll know where it came from. You'll know who to thank. Our great Connor, ladies and gentlemen, 2,000 plus exposed this past week in the audience of the Journal. Give it up for Connor. Crowns and gems, raucous emojis. Keep it going. Lazi B in again. Last week she had a big week. This week she's got this up. 1,700 exposed to the lexical dialectical power of Go Free. Give it up for Lazi B. Biospirit of the West, 14,000 with this one post. Empowered with Go Free in the audience of Daniel Concanyon. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. Here we have Eric Dale with the beautiful Norway flag. Ladies and gentlemen, using anti-white fanatics. This is from the wild. This is praxis. This is Go Free praxis from our Go Free practice. 42,000 people exposed and climbing. Give it up for Eric. He's back again using a lot of the same verbiage here. Different post. Anti-white fanatics he uses again. And more of our lexicon, this time to 41.2 thousand more people he exposed this week. Go Free praxis, ladies and gentlemen, redounding to the benefit of white well-being of our people. Just exactly as I told you it would work. Let's keep it going. Molly here from the wild, the praxis, and you can see Diplomat for WesternCon from the House of Swash. There. All of our generals, commanders from the House of Swash, they are like guardian angels, are they not? They show up and they're holding their hands. 500 plus exposed. People only call you a racist because they hate whites. Perfectly put by Molly as the crowd takes a breath. This in the audience of Restore Britain. Give it up for Molly in the praxis. Shannon Oliver back again, 13,000 more as the audience reclaims its breath. In the audience of Basil the Great, Oliver sits astride the scoreboard, dominating this week. Give it up for Shannon Oliver. Shannon Oliver back again, 2,811 more. This powerful post are exposed and brought to the power of Go Free in the audience of Defiant L's. Let's keep it going. Shannon Oliver, 4,384 more souls saved by the Shannon Oliver in the audience of Daniel Concannon. Let's keep it going. Cardia Nebula in on the game. 10,000 plus and climbing by Cardia Nebula exposed this week. Look at this beautiful meme. I love it. This in the audience of West Now. Joshua again, folks, he can't be stopped. This time he's boosting Elon Musk, and he's writing anti-whites, almost 3,000 and climbing. Then you have idiots like this down here. They're like, anti-human? Shut the fuck up. Anti-whites. Joshua's got it right, bitch. Give it up for Joshua. Biospirit of the West, 2,211 more. This champion empowers in the audience of Mel. Give it up for the OT leader, doing an excellent job. Shannon freaking, and I said freaking Oliver, 14.1 thousand more empowered in the audience of Elon Musk. Shannon Oliver grew wings, and he didn't even have a Red Bull this week, ladies and gentlemen. He just asked Prometheus for a pair of wings so that he can change the world. and Prometheus granted him a pair of wings. Give it up for Shannon Oliver. Let's keep Joshua can't be stopped. Promoting Elon again on a different Elon post. Working on 1,500. And look at our guardian angel, Justin McDaniel, our guardian angel, Robert, both in there. Give it up for Joshua. 1,400 more exposed to the concept. Anti-whites love it. Anti-vilification League got on the board this week. He got on the board. He said, impaled for not being anti-white enough. We don't need to see that. 2,000 more people. Anti-vilification League, ladies and gentlemen, down under, the power down under on the board this week. Give it up for Anti-vilification League from the House of Swash. Hansalot, we're down in South Africa now, ladies and gentlemen. The great Hans, Professor Hans, coming in 30 freaking thousand souls he puts up on the board this week. Every white person is intensely aware of the anti-white regime looking over your shoulder like a snake ready to strike. I love it. I love that anti-white regime. Then he says, when you are in a conflict situation with a non-white person, let's give it up. Quadruple 07s for Professor Hans on the board this week from South Africa. We are everywhere on planet Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tree Godfather wraps up the Twitter victories this week with 2,715 more souls saved by way of the exposure to go free in the audience of White Girl. But we're not done yet because the great Franklin has got us a bunch of videos, and we start off first with the one and only King when he uses the lexicon, King Dice.
Was the teenager in Texas who stabbed Austin Metcalf during a track meet after he was pestering some of the kids and told to leave, and he wouldn't leave, and then Austin Metcalf shoved him, which is really just a nonverbal gesture to signal to him to get out of here. And with the systemic anti-whiteism and the black privilege cancer that has metastasized through much of society since the George Floyd insurrection in 2020, that did cause a major risk of a hung jury because so many people are afraid to hold black people accountable for their crimes. But thankfully,
systemic anti-whiteism. You see, I am not promoted by this guy. He promotes like total ghetto rat blacks, but I can love him for using the lexicon because it benefits our people, and that's how you have to be, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you have to be. Let's give it up for, in this case, King Dice. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. We have this Idiot's Corner. Now that had, by the way, that had 250,000 people exposed to our lexicon right there by way of King Dice. Now we have Idiot's Corner and anti-white, 6,500 exposed.
Closely to Zahawi's defense, instead of answering, he drops literal white supremacist slogans, lifting rhetoric that I can remember from the days of the BNP just to manufacture racial grievance and keep pushing this sort of anti-white narrative.
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. They all said, Jason, you can never get the anti-whites to use your words, your weird words. Isn't that right, Jared Taylor? Your weird words. You can never get them. Oh, but I did, motherfucker. I did. Let's give it up. Big salutes. Let's keep it going. Actual Justice Warrior, 64,000 views.
That is respectable. That is commendable. And I completely understand you not wanting the person that you love to be transformed into some kind of symbol that exists beyond him and to be utilized for political gain. But again, these people that are on the other side of this issue, they want to use this for political gain. They want to turn this somehow into an anti-white narrative. That is what they're pushing. And I don't think it's dishonoring even to the wishes of the father to point out that we need to at least change the policies within the.
Did you see what just happened? We had an anti-white, and where would you put actual Justice Warrior? Is he like a vague? Is he an observer talking about events going on in the world? You have an anti-white and then maybe a vague, maybe a guy who's white sympathetic here, both using anti-white narrative. The crazy words that I was told infinitely I could never get anybody to say, and that you all could never get anybody to use. And that's why I'm never invited to speak, even though Andrew the dickless Branca is invited to speak.
Police department that, again, defers to the minority, defers to the accusation of evil white racism over somebody saying that they were stabbed to death. I don't think that's out of step with what the father wants, even though, again, it's clear that he really does not align with many of the people who are trying to use this for political purposes, and again, justifiably so.
Let's give it up for actual justice warrior. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Society Unveiled up next. 34,000 views.
Yes, you need to know that. Yeah, you're a f***ing Karen. Keep it moving now.
Of course you have a job, Jugminder. Why are you following this lady down the road while she's driving, filming her for telling you to leave her alone? So what if she said for you to go back? I think she kinda has a point. And she's no racist, you dumb coward. You are. You said that she's racist because of her face. Why? Because she's white? Can only white people be racist? I'm sensing a bit of anti-whiteism here. People are so tired of that word racist that it's lost all meaning. It's gotten so bad that even liberal women are starting to feel the fatigue of our own diversity.
They're working exactly as I said it would, ladies and gentlemen. Conservatives using racist, and he's still trying to use their racist. He's still trying to use the locutions of anti-whiteism, and he ends up saying, I'm sensing some anti-whiteism. I'm sensing what it really is. Oh my freaking God. Big salutes to this guy. It is all anti-white. It is all anti-whiteism. It is all white erasure. Absolutely. Working exactly as planned. But that's not what Jared Taylor wants. He wants another dickless attorney. Andrew Branca fits that mold perfectly. And let's finally, one more video. Content creator's name we do not have, but I think uses anti-white narrative. And it might be a little bit of confusion because I think Tim Pool's talking at the same time, but let's see.
We're going to lock him up no matter what. The reality is, when you look at the facts,
anti-white narrative that the whites are the tag.
There it is, anti-white narrative. So you have from the practice. None of us would ever be watching anything like this. From the practice, the Go Free practice to the Go Free praxis, this showing up everywhere. Think that there will be audiences that will be watching this and hearing anti-white narrative. Everybody on your feet. Enormous salutes to the work done this week. Another totally epic week in service of white well-being.
I think there is a definite anti-white feeling going on in this country, and that can't be allowed.
It definitely cannot be allowed. He figured it all out. Nothing can stop us now. We will fight until we defeat the darkest evil of our time. And it has to be crushed.
It's time to go free, brother. The white race will be a people again.
All right. Let's keep those celebrations going. We'll take a look at these financial gifts. We know before we even take a look that Dude to Bro Moment, ladies and gentlemen, will be there with $50. Let's give him some love. And he'll write with those beautiful DB $50. He will write for White Wellbeing. What an epic week we've had. Another one right on the tails of the 2 millions plus being exposed to go free. Everything changing around the world. R-Man, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it going for R-Man. $50 financial gift. $50 as well from R-Man for White Wellbeing. Show him some love. The R-Man. Thank you so very much, and great to see you, brother. We have $33 from Chris. $33 financial gift. He says, long time no see, Jason. I'd love to catch up. Big salutes to you. Big salutes. $33. Where do we know each other from? Big salutes to you, brother. Good to see you, man. Thank you. Raucous emojis. Let's keep it going for a first, a last. First, last coming in today on this glorious church of the West. $40. $40. And with his beautiful $40, he writes leadership. Leadership. Big salutes, brother. Give it up for first, last. Keep it going for Corey. Corey, $50. Double shift Corey, ladies and gentlemen. This man, this working man's working man. $50 from double shift Corey. He says, my heart has gone cold to all who refuse go free. I agree. I've had it. I've had it. If Jared Taylor is having Andrew Branca to speak there, nah. Big salutes to you, brother Corey. Shannon Oliver. Shannon, after having this week of glorious victories, promulgating the lexical and dialectical armory of Go Free, is also financially gifting 2 times, it appears. $20 to celebrate Shannon Oliver. The first one, he says, Radio White Wellbeing. Absolutely. Radio White Wellbeing, $20, and he has the little speaker emoji, and then another $20, bringing his financial gifts this week to $40. And with this $20, he writes, for Team White Wellbeing. Big salutes, brother. Big salutes. Shannon Oliver, $40 this week on top of how many almost 200,000? How many people that were exposed by Shannon Oliver himself alone this week? Totally epic. $40 financial gift. He's like, let me put a cherry on top of my work this week. Well done, brother. God bless you. I'm still trying to remember Chris. My brother, where do we know each other? You're saying long time no see. It's been long. It's been long. I don't remember. Let's catch up, though. Yes, indeed. But say hello. Tag me at No White Guilt. Feed me. Give me the info. Give me the info. Okay, looks like we didn't miss anybody over there. Let me swivel back around. We got Pirate Bob has become a monthly supporter on Premium Rumble. Now, what does that even mean? Tell me. Pirate Bob. Can somebody tag me over there at No White Guilt? Tell me what that means. I appreciate that. He's a monthly supporter. What is that? What does that mean? Thank you for that, Pirate Bob. We got $20, 07s, 007s, raucous emojis over here on Premium Rumble. And it's from Filthy Angry Irish Peasant. He's just angry over here at Premium Rumble. I can't read the rest. He's angry there, but he says, couldn't get crypto app to work. Here is to White Wellbeing. You are unblackpilled. You have unblackpilled me, Jason. Thank you. Oh, I love hearing that. I love people come to me and they're like, I thought it was there are 14 people on the path to suicide. So all the way, the ultimate white flight. But we have all of these people at different stages where you could end up living a whole life in complete misery, which is worse. A whole life in total misery, being depressed and black-pilled. And I love it. People, they get the tools that work. They start applying them to their thinking. They see them work in their thinking. They see them work in their circles of influence. They see them working in other people's lives and in their circles of influence. They see them working on a big scale for our people. And obviously, they get excited. They come out of the depression. They come out of the doldrums. And what does that do? That inspires to achieve more, to accomplish more. And that's what we need right now. Our victories build new victories. God bless you, brother. An angry Irishman. He's an angry Irishman. Thank you, my brother. Now he has responded with alacrity to White Wellbeing. I love it. Let's see if we have any other financial gifts, and then we will look around for tags for yours truly. We have a $5. Thank you so much, Spartan. $5 financial gift over here on Premium Rumble. Says, I am not stupid. I have read multiple books about Nikola Tesla. I want peace and tranquility for all of humanity, but I should rule this planet from now on. I am the emperor of Earth now. Yes, sir. Sweet. Well-spoken, Spartan. I was with you every step of the way. He says, and then we got Land of the Fake is here. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much, brother. Walking into the house of Swash with $5. He says, everyone's black fatigue is really just anti-white fatigue. Absolutely. And he made that comment like ages ago when we got started in the gathering today, Church of the West. He says they just don't have the right words, because words that heal us are massively shadow banned. Oh, that's such a beautiful way to put that. Absolutely. The words that heal us are brutally shadow banned. He says, and words that harm us are massively promoted. They are absolutely. Words that are harmful for Western kind are boosted to the heavens, are boosted through the stratosphere, and words that heal us are massively deboosted. Perfectly said. I love that. I love having a community of smart people. I absolutely love it. Well said, brother. Let me see if we have any more. Bones Secure said his mother and father were both in the military when that riot happened on that naval ship, and they told him about. How about that? Some small world to have somebody whose parents were knowledgeable about the event when it happened. Let's see what else we have over here. Created for your lies. Created for your lies. I feel like I have to go look up some of the Bob Fosse dance moves so that I can break them out right here in the office. You have no idea how difficult it actually is to dance in the 10 by 10 because furniture, because wires all over the floors. It's not as easy as it looks, or maybe it looks challenging. But let's see. Created for Your Lies says most of these non-white conservatives, grifters, are just like the trad wife grifters. Yes, 100% correct. When push comes to shove, or they get upset enough, they show their anti-whiteism or anti-white feminism. 110%. Absolutely. These are all just taboo grifters, and you're right. Push comes to shove, they get upset, and all of a sudden the true colors come out. Very well said. Looking for tags over here for yours truly. Of course, we had some non-white in the live chat on YouTube who would like this community to not focus on white people, but instead to hate Jews with him. Show up and say, this guy's a Fed. He's a Fed. If he's not fighting the Jews with the rest of my Palestinian brothers, he's a Fed. Created for your lies. Let's see. I think writing the concepts as proper nouns can help people accept the terms and write it themselves when spell checker tell them it's not a word, like using anti-white instead of with the hyphen. Yeah, maybe so. And it is all about getting people to, so try it out. It is all about getting people to adopt the concepts. And yeah, we don't blame, Creative for Your Lies also points out, we don't blame any particular generation. Correct. We could say bad about all of them. So this person here is saying, you and Jared Taylor have a lot in common. You both complain about white boomers. No, I was using the boomer as one of the mocking words for Andrew Branca. We don't do that here. We don't take generations of white people and set them off and say they're the whole problem and they did everything wrong. We've only been doing this for 33 years. He says the very essence of anti-white propaganda is blaming other whites. No. So by your illogic, you would have white anti-whites go without condemnation. Absolutely not. We condemn anti-whiteism. And if white people are practicing anti-whiteism, they're condemned for it. So you are an illiterate bastard. So just know that over there. You think you're gonna challenge me? Your IQ is at probably, if you're average, your IQ is 2/3 of mine. So shut the fuck up. I fucking hate you to hell. I'm sick of you dumb assholes. And maybe you'll need to get banned if you don't fucking learn to shut your mouth. You don't understand what's going on. The essence of anti-white propaganda is blaming anything on whites. Are you fucking kidding me? Run with scissors. Run with a pair of scissors. Absolutely. No, I changed my mind. See how many stairs you can bounce down on your head. I'm going to contradict this guy. He doesn't know what I'm an anon. I've given at least 20 minutes of thinking to this. Fuck yourself to hell. Degenerate shit. Like so many of the white garbage out there. You are degenerate shit. I'm going to tell him, if you blame anything on white people, that's anti-white. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So I also called Andrew old and dickless. Do you object to dickless because you fall into that category? The essence of anti-whiteism is mocking dickless white guys. Anti-whiteism 777 says, Jason, let me tell you about the essence. Yeah. Lambda says the very essence of anti-white propaganda is teaching white guilt. Precisely. All right. Tag me if you have anything that you would like to. Oh, we have also big thank you to our brother Weldon. $5 financial gift. He came into the house of Swash. His name was Weldon. And he said, God bless. God bless to you, brother. Good to see you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I think we have gotten, make sure you tag me as @ no white guilt. Can you see what I got to put up with? I mean, all of these years, and you watch somebody like, I put a lot of stock in Mark Dice relative to so many of the other content creators out there. You know, I know he's got a carnival bark to make a living, and I want him to make a living. But so you got that, and he's like the best of them. And there he is pushing this trash, even when he says, oh, you know, I've really learned my lesson this time. He then has to turn around and say, well, the ones that say enter with a hard R are okay to continue to put. So, it's going to be another decade or however much longer that, who knows what the next Democrat president would do to somebody like me. Somebody who's actually effectuating change. Who knows? They won't tell the world about it. You all will be the only ones that know. So promoting this trash, I mean, that was ghetto trash. That was totally illiterate, like ghetto tier education. It's like everybody go over there, tell them I sent her and everything. And then I'm confronted with, even with all this success, surely I said to myself, surely self, all the victories are going to be all the proof. Nobody will be able to, no white person would come with a countervailing position. None. Gotten over the fact that all the Jared Taylors and all the others are going to, all the others in the white resentment sphere, they're not going to talk about our success. They're not going to talk about our work. It's not going to help us reach our brothers and sisters. But you still got to deal with this shit showing up. You still got to deal with the garbage showing up. He's a fed. Yeah, they fantasize about me being a fed. That's the thing. They're hoping I'll say yes, because that would do it for them, like on the spot. Let me tell you, they would just be like, oops, instantly. That's their perverted fantasy. But then you got this show up and you're like, you're blaming, this guy's really just the essence of anti-whiteism. The essence of anti-whiteism. Let me tell you about the essence of anti-whiteism. Let me tell you about the essence of anti-whiteism. Jesus. Then this says diversity means white erasure. Absolutely. Thank you all for celebrating, everybody who celebrated. Let's see here. What do we have? The House of... we got a piece of mail. Let's jump into that mailbag really quick. The mailbag. Thaumatological mailbag. The thaumatological mailbag. Beautiful card of little doggies. Look at the little hot dogs. They're irresistible. And it says in here, whether days are up or down, or who knows what direction. And then this guy writes in there, yes, we know Western kind. We're always in your corner. We are always in your corner. Like a little cheering section. But then he writes, nope, not a little cheering section. We are cheering for all our Westmen throughout Western countries. George and Gina. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for George and Gina. $25 financial gift and this wonderful little card. Let's get out the Raucous emojis. Big salutes, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes for George and Gina. We love these people. We love you. What a great card all the way around. Everything written here and the little doggies. I'm going to put it up over here. Who can resist the little doggies? Look at their faces. I'm going to teach them how to pull the jugular out of this son of a bitch over here. I'm going to shove them to the ground, and then the little Dachshunds are going to run up and pull the jugulars out. And that'll be the end of it. Ivan Sehababul is here. Hello, Ivan. RNW Foster is here. Hello and welcome. Ay is with us. Wonderful to see you. The champions are here. Is that Al Blogs? Hello and welcome to you. Now, we have got a very interesting little video to take a look at. If we can find it and put it up on the screen. Can y'all hear that all right? It's a little quiet, and I can't make it any louder, it looks like. This is from 1945, and we so often hear that anti-whiteism, it just got started, but you can see all the way back in 1945 that modern anti-whiteism was in complete control, totally present. This little video, 10-minute video, 1945, is titled "The House I Live In." It was released in 1945, and Frank Sinatra stars in it himself. He takes a break in this little video from a recording session, encounters kids, a bunch of white kids. And I want you to take a look at the white children and the anti-whiteism afoot, because you'll see every common type of white child. White child in a suit with a suit and tie, and a grungy white child, and a sporty white child. They got them all. They thought about it all. Are all present in the video. They're bullying a non-white child, in this instance, a Jewish one. So Sinatra takes a break, encounters these white boys bullying this Jewish boy, non-white boy, and he gives them a speech about it, about tolerance, about anti-whiteism. Wouldn't it have been nice if in 1945 they had Go Free and they knew how to fight back against anti-whiteism? It was made, let's see. Oh, it says here again, just 1945. Won an Oscar in 1946. It was a collection of anti-white organizations that created it. What a surprise. Wouldn't it be nice if white positive, there's only one of them. Wouldn't it be nice if we had enough money to create these kinds of things for white positivity? So as I said, this played before full length feature films in cinemas across the United States, thousands of them, and then made its way into thousands of schools across the United States. Tens of thousands, actually, that is. Tens of thousands. So if you haven't seen it before, this is the pertinent part of it, because he sings a song at the end and that's cut off. And then him coming out from the break is also cut off. So let's see about this. This is your little non-white boy, Jewish, and these are all the evil white kids. 1945.
Against one, that's not very fair.
Ah, come on.
What's it all about?
None of your business.
Scared to tell me?
No, I'm not as scared. I'll fight you even.
Not if I can help it. I just want to know why the gang war.
We don't like him. We don't want him in our neighborhood or going to our school. I've been living here as long as you.
All right, so what are we seeing? You're seeing the mindless hatred of the other, practiced by who? The white race. That's how this is anti-white. This isn't a multiracial crew, is it? Right? There isn't one white kid among 10. No, these are all whites. And they have this, and all of these different versions. You've got this one in the leather jacket. You've got the grungy, the athletic, the nerdy, the white kid in the suit with the tie. You got all these different classes of socioeconomic classes of white kids, and they all have one thing in common, and that is the blind evil that is the essence of the white race. They just hate. They always hate that and which is not who is not white. Would have been nice if there would have been a proper response to this. But there wasn't, because we weren't around. The understanding wasn't present because we weren't around. Because I and you were not born yet. 1945. You also see here the ignoble treatment. And they put the words in Sinatra's mouth, so not only do you see it, but you see it's a gang. It's completely unfair. And this is back, of course, when the norms of our people were much more prevalent, far less white erased. You remember, this is getting ready for conservatism to be born. Not but a few years after this, conservatism was born. So you have this completely ignoble behavior by these white kids that they're going to all fight 10 or plus on one poor little boy who's just running for his life. And he's always been there. He's not an outcast. He'll say so, that he's lived there as long as they have. So we're learning quite a few things. What are you taking away from it? How many times have you heard people tell you, especially older folks tell you, that there was no anti-whiteism in the movies when they were kids, except they were kids in the 50s or 60s, or there was tons of it.
What's he got, smallpox or something?
We don't like his religion.
His religion?
Look, mister, he's a dirt...
Now, hold on. I see what you mean. You must be a bunch of those Nazi werewolves I've been reading about.
Mister, you screwy...
So here you have the association, the evil of all of the white race, and the association with the war propaganda used against Germany, the evil of Germany, the evil of German people, i.e. white people. And any white people who the German people cared about white people, and this was the lie. The Germans were fighting for all white people. That's a total lie. And now if you're white and you agree with that, well, then you are just like them. You're genocidal maniacs. So the kids here, they're putting into the mouths of these actors, how do you mean that makes no sense? Are you screwy?
Not me, I'm an American.
Well, what do you think we are?
There's the kid in the tie and the suit. They're all represented. All the different hair colors. This kid's hair is probably red, blonde, dark brown, dirty blonde. That casting is not an accident. The wardrobe is not an accident.
Nazis?
Don't call me a Nazi. My father's a sergeant in the army. He been wounded even.
Wounded, huh?
Now watch how he guilts the ever-living shit out of everybody watching this movie. Remember, we played the clip earlier where the guy, it started off with the girl being the best on the football team. And he said, well, I'm going to have to reevaluate my opinion on females in athletics. This is the moralization of anti-whiteism. This is where you all lost it.
Say, I bet he got some of that blood plasma.
He was wounded so bad he had to get it 3 times.
Son, anybody in your family ever go to the blood bank?
Sure, my mother and my father both.
Uh-huh. You know what?
So there you have it. His dad wouldn't even be alive if it weren't for the blood from this non-white child's parents. Your white race would be dead. Do you see, this is the anti-white narrative, the dependency. They are, the non-white people are the real buttress of your well-being. Now, do you wonder why, when you talk to white people who grew up this area, why they have the conclusions and opinions they have? That non-white people are all frail. They're all put upon. They're all set upon by the strong white race who, in some weird way, are dependent on their strength to the non-white people. So we are weak unless they are with us. And then if they're with us, they're just these delicate, injured, wrongly put upon, that are just doing what they can to support us masses. Look at the shaming. Look at the white guilting here. Fornell is in the live chat. Great to see you, brother. He says he watches old black and white movies all the time, and he sees anti-whiteism everywhere.
I bet you maybe his pop's blood helped save your dad's life.
That's the ultimate line right there. Your white father would be dead if it weren't for his non-white father's blood.
That's bad.
Blood is also chosen specifically here because there you have at the time the big push that your birth is super important, and birth defined as, quote, blood. And there you can see in this example the mingling of the blood. Did your father change, or is your father still the same person? He's alive. So there really is no difference. What's our meme curative for this notion that there is no difference among the peoples of man?
Well, don't you see? Your father doesn't go to the same church as his father does. That's awful. Do you think maybe if your father knew about it in time, he would rather have died than to take blood from a man of another religion?
There you go. I mean, look at how sick, simpering, cloying garbage, anti-white garbage this is. Do you think your father would rather have died than to take a non-white man's? And they're using the vector of religion to inflict the anti-whiteism here. So don't get your head screwy, as the one kid said. Anti-whiteism comes by way of every vector.
Would you have wanted him to die? Would your mom want him to die?
No.
Look, fellas, religion makes no difference, except maybe to a Nazi or somebody as stupid. Why, people all over the world worship God in many different ways. God created everybody. He didn't create one people better than another. Your blood's the same as mine. Mine's the same as his. Wouldn't we be silly if we went around hating people because they comb their hair different than ours? Wouldn't we be a lot of dopes? You guys remember Pearl Harbor? But a couple of days later, something very important happened. Close your eyes and let me tell you about it. Go on, close your eyes. All of you, I want you to imagine it. There was a battleship, the Haruna, and one of our planes spotted it. Do you know what it takes to bomb a battleship? It takes guts, know-how, and...
So what they're doing here at this point is they're saying that here was the enemy, and we've had a multiracial resistance against the enemy because the pilot was white and the bomber was non-white. And we took out the Japanese enemy.
Teamwork. And our boy sure needed plenty of it. But the pilot had only one thing on his mind. To get over that ship. And he did. And then the bombardier pushed a button and a 500-pound tomato smacked right in the middle. Yep, they sank it. And every American threw his head back and felt much better. The pilot of that ship was named Colin Kelly, an American and a Presbyterian. And you know who dropped the bombs? Meyer Levin, an American and a Jew. Do you think maybe they should have called the bombing off because they had different religions? Think about that, fellas. Use your good American heads.
Look, this is so repulsively anti-white, and is played in tens of thousands of classrooms, demonizing the white race. Obviously, it's against our norms for 10 to beat up 1. We're disgusted by that. We're disgusted by anybody being hated. This is why the schmucks, their arguments never catch on with the white race. They hate people on the basis of their birth. The white race is never going to accept that. We're disgusted by that. This is not what's being taught. What's being taught here is the white race is evil. That's what's being taught here. Every variety of white person is evil here. We could write out a bullet point, a listicle, inside of an article about all that they were endeavoring and achieving to do here. And you wonder why white people who consumed this garbage now, if they're still alive, sit around in a rocking chair and tell you how we're all the same. We all have the same blood. It could be passed back and forth and you still live. And by golly, Tommy's dad is alive because of a non-white. If we didn't have them non-white people and they're put upon, it's so hard on them. They're so gentle and so easily harmed. And it doesn't matter what the reality of the town depicts. It doesn't matter that the town used to be a suburb of Detroit that was prosperous and had industry, and white people built it, and it was beautiful and brick and safe. And now it's been white erased and the factories left, and only 8% of the town that is left there is white, and they are hated up and down every street, everywhere they go. And the old man who's telling you how we're all the same and the non-white people are so weak and innocent and easily injured is being victimized by his non-white nurse and can't leave his house for the anti-white terrorism that roams up and down the street. None of that matters, because they lived this as a reality in their subconscious mind. They had a personal conversation as one of numerous white kids from multiple different classes with Frank freaking Sinatra about how we're all really the same and we would have never beaten the Japanese if we didn't work together as a multiracial team. And on top of that, we wouldn't be able to have the strength we have if it weren't for the non-white people. This is how anti-whiteism works. And yet you still have these vegetables show up to insult me.
Don't let anybody make suckers out of you. Well, gotta go to work.
What do you work?
I sing.
You notice here how he puts down the quote truth and then walks. The power. It's kind of like Jason's been right for so long. People just refuse to listen. You notice he doesn't sit there and beg them. You notice he doesn't ask for their permission for his positions and opinions.
Come here. They all stand here, and no hissing allowed. What is America?
And so here he starts to sing this, what is America but a multiracial witch's cauldron, and you whiteys need to learn to not be so evil. 1945, ladies and gentlemen. Tens of thousands of schools, many thousands of... let's listen to some Shannon Oliver. If it'll play. Is it playing? I don't know. I don't think it is. It's beyond my control. I hear nothing. Do y'all hear anything? We have triggering anti-white scum financially gifting $2. And thank you so much for the $2. He says, Jason, brother, what if you really had 30,000 active live viewers, but YouTube manipulated it so you only think 100 are watching, so that we didn't know how big you are? Yeah, I've thought about that before, that they are showing a lower number than are actually present. But we also have the phenomenon of how many people are participating in the live chat. But it's not impossible that they are showing a lower number to discourage people from participating. Because as you know, so many people decide if a thing is good or bad by way of the public choice theory. How many people are there? If few are there, then it's bad. If a lot are there, then it's good. Wing of Productions over here says, amen, brother 07. I've been noticing more and more of the lexicon and concepts are creeping into the white positive resentment, or the white resentment spheres. Yes, naturally, we aren't credited. Yeah. Go Free is having an incremental effect, 100%. You are right, 100%, brother. Let's see if this will play. No. Guess the software here is just not going to do it. I think I hear something, but I I got this cranked up to the moon. That would be hilarious if the volume suddenly burst through. I have a heart attack here. Be a jump scare. Winged Productions over there on Odyssey. Thank you so much, brother. You're absolutely right. Pirate Bob says he's got another one that's financial gift. Oh, I see it. $5 by triggering anti-white scum. Well, thank you, Pirate Bob. I appreciate it. $5. Thank you, good sir. He says, Jason, I've been shadow banned on YouTube for over a year. You guys can't read my comments. Wake up, Europa, to anti-whiteism. Amen to that. Well, God, thank God we can see what you're writing over here. Thank you. And good to see you. Yeah, the anti-whites are never going to promote us. Mark Dice will never promote us. Benny Johnson will never promote us. But just wait for another black that says, enter with a hard R. I mean, Benny Johnson just the other day, Mark Dice is no different. Benny Johnson just the other day was in the middle of his video. He's like, oh, I really love this content creator. Click. And it was some nasty black guy. And it was literally beep, 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 beep. I mean, every third word was a cuss word. Every third word. And Benny Johnson just talking about, really loves him. Can't get enough of him. Yeah. Thanks. We'll just make this 1,000 times harder. All right. $33 more from Chris. And I won't say more. Should I say that's, yes, we need to talk. I know exactly who you are now, my good brother. $66 from this hero today. Wow. What a return. I won't say until I know for sure that I can say the screen name, but I definitely won't say the name that I can see of yours here. But big salutes to you, brother. $66. 07s. Please, let's get this man some crowns and gems. What a return. What a return to White Wellbeing. My God. Well, we've had another glorious Church of the West. We didn't get to our lesson of the day, but the 1945 anti-whiteism worked for that purpose. We'll be able to use this lesson of the day next week when we get back to it. Monday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, of course, we have Seeds of the Shade Tree with Robert and Justin. You don't want to miss that. That's a hell of a lot of fun. Back again on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we'll be having our midweek space. Then we'll have our Rebel Roundtable after that. It's always a hell of a lot of fun. Z Ivan was saying something. He says, in that case, the Jason would hate talking to the Ivan. What could it be? Why would I hate talking? That would absolutely could not happen. Problematic Biospirit says, Jason, Mark Dice will promote you if you let him take credit for all the words. Oh boy. What a world we live in. You can't even be like a Jared Taylor or a Benny Johnson making millions a year and millions, tens of millions of views. You can't even be that and then like look down the ladder at some white guy who's got he's going to have 2,000 to 4,000 views on a video and be like, hey, that guy's all right. You're too insecure for that. You're too insecure for that. But you're like, I love the black guy that says a cuss word every third word. I love the black guy that says enter with a hard R. Really? You can't help the white guy that's like tens of thousands of rungs down the ladder of wealth and popularity. You can't help the fellow white guy. You can't help the brother white guy. That's not what it's not what the white race does. We got a shitty race. We got a shitty race. I mean, we got to face that reality. We got a shitty race. And that's why we are here and we have to change it. That's why we are here. We have to change it. And all of these white guys out there that are going to do they're going to be their own a lion out in the world. They're going to be promoting all of these others. They're not going to be helping out the white race. The day will come when you need us and we're going to shit right on you. Make sure that you are prepared for that. Get ready for that. Look up and open wide because we're going to give you everything you deserve. Or the organized white race is going to give everything that the selfish, individualistic white garbage deserves. Make no mistake. The organized white race is going to do this. So you will taste the wrath of the white race, and it's not going to taste good. That I can promise you. And I think on that note, we're absolutely going to wrap it up. It's been a glorious Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Organized Western kind. We're coming. If you're a white person, you better get on board early on, kind of in an Eric Orwell kind of a way. You're not going to have access to technology that no one else will have, as he lied to you. You're not going to have access to limitless wealth, as he lied to you. But you will have the strength of the community with you in every imaginable way. And all of those white people out there, all of those isolated, we're doing it our own way. I'm just a selfish individualist. We're going to march you underfoot. Like the gears of a great machine, you're going to be churned up. You'll be some of the first ones. To everybody else, God bless you all. The destiny of Western kind is with the collective. It's with us.